Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
If you're watching our live stream, you can tell it's a little bit of a chilly start based on time.
It's a little nippy out there.
64 degrees right now, but it'll get up into the low 80s, and it looks like the enjoy the weather this week.
Yeah.
80s to the next couple days, weekend into the high 70s, then the blast furnace comes back on.
Next week.
Yep.
All right.
Mid to high 80s Sunday into next week. So just soak it in now.
All right.
Enjoy yourself. Okay. So we have to do a little recap of what we experienced on Friday all together as a show and as a community audience.
Okay.
So if you were with us on Friday, we were explaining to you around this time the Microsoft CrowdStrike issue had fried our computers. We couldn't get into anything, and we had started on the air, and we're told you couldn't get off the air until everything was fixed.
Right.
So I'm going to be completely honest with you, and I don't know why this is the case. Kimmy, when Derek, our engineer, who was on vacation out of town when
his
this
first
happened.
vacation in like years this kid has taken.
Poor kid.
I know.
When he called us and explained the situation, and he said, you guys will have to go on there and you can't get off until we fix it. I don't know why in my head 30 minutes showed up.
Oh,
Well,
I was
that's
like,
pretty
And then
normal.
like an hour went by. I was like, it's going to be taken care of soon here at any time now.
So for those who are unaware, maybe you had to go to work, maybe you wanted to find a better radio show to listen to. We started at 6.
Yeah.
We did not get off the air until 11:30. We had no commercial breaks, no songs. We did 5.5 hours of nonstop talk radio.
Just running your damn mouth.
That's really all it was.
Run your goddamn mouth.
5.5 hours of running our mouth.
Yeah, shut up.
And my favorite thing about Friday into Saturday
What's that?
was, believe it or not, there are people who stayed with us the entire 5.5 hours, and we greatly appreciate that.
It almost probably became a game to them. Like, how long can they be on the air for? And people are taking bets.
Kimmy, we got several reviews, unsolicited, by the way. None of us were like, hey, tell us how you think we did. Fill out a comment card.
Would you tell a friend about our show?
Ranging from that was the greatest radio show they had ever heard to people
Well,
legitimate.
making suggestions.
There were suggestions, to after the show where multiple people were legitimately telling us that was dumb and we shouldn't have done it. Like there was another option.
Yes, there was no other choice.
Like, oh, you know what I like
Just
to do?
nothing.
What are you talking about? You can't leave. Okay, the cardinal sin, Tommy, in radio is dead air.
Yes.
You don't do dead air. Anything but dead air.
Right.
So once we started, there was nothing we could do. It was over. We couldn't get out of it, right?
Yep.
It was a stupid decision we made on our part to start this whole thing, and we got stuck with our stupid decision.
Yes.
But I will say this.
What's that?
I feel bad for my children. I don't know how you guys were mentally after it was all done.
It was just a weird day. I don't know. I just felt funny after that.
So, like, by the time I understand that our jobs are not hard, right? But anybody that talks a lot during the day can tell you it gets to a point where you just get exhausted.
It's like a brain drain. Yeah.
Right? When you got home, were you able to go to sleep?
Yeah, I took a nap.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, the day was just kind of off.
Yeah.
But I still, well, here's the thing. On Friday, I drink a little bit earlier than I normally do during the week.
So you had to push that back a little?
No. I drink earlier on Friday anyway. So I had that coming up. So that was nice.
I did coming up. That scheduled.
Because I usually have something with lunch on Friday.
Yeah, and you stayed a full hour and a half.
4 hours past he normally does, yeah.
So I had a nice little 12 o'clock tail.
Wait, you got home and opened up a bottle?
Not open up a bottle like I'm a bum.
How did you get the liquor out of it?
Just poured it out. So
From the bottle.
No, but I had a drink with lunch, and then I took a nice nap.
Wait, you had a pre-nap drink at noon on a Friday?
Yeah, I made a nice little salad.
Okay.
And, again, watch the weight. And then I made myself a nice little, on the rocks.
So you drank you had a pre-nap drink and a post-nap drink.
Well, after nap, it's Friday. There ain't no post nothing. We're drinking.
So we get off the air on Friday, right? 5.5 hours, and all of us are like, "Wow, that was fun! I couldn't believe we were able to do that." We were all excited. It was a moment for the show.
Sure.
The three
Felt
of
like
us.
a victory.
Sure, we did it, right? So we're walking out of here, and like as soon as the mics came off, I don't know about you, Kimmy, but my body was just like, pew, just like, okay, it's done. So I go, I eat my salad. You and I we're salad bros.
Salad boys.
A couple of salad.
Soft salad boys.
And I get home and I'm thinking to myself, I cannot wait to close my eyes
Yeah,
and go to sleep.
Sure.
And the second my head hit the pillow, my adrenaline kicked in
Oh.
again for some reason, and I couldn't sleep.
Really?
I couldn't. I was so angry. I was so angry.
You were angry?
I was angry
That
that
you
my
couldn't
body
sleep? Oh.
all of a sudden decided to turn itself back on again, and I'm
Okay.
just laying like I'm in hell. I'm in hell right now.
You know what you need?
What's that?
And I think
Snacks.
what's that?
Nothing. Good.
An edible.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I'm serious. If you take one of those, listen, we got Queen Edible over here, and she's always chill.
I wouldn't say it like that. It didn't. Come
It's a
out.
candy
No,
that
I know,
she
but that
eats.
didn't come out the way that you thought it was.
You can't
gonna
say
come
Queen
out.
Edible.
No, you can say whatever you want. I don't think it sounds the way you think it sounds.
Can you be King Edible?
You can.
Yeah, but
No,
that
but that
doesn't
would-
seem like a good first time to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know how it
I
works.
feel like I mean, you could always try it, but I do feel like maybe like the first time you try one of those shouldn't be when you're stressed.
No,
you know
but I
what
think
mean?
that's when you do it. It's why
I mean,
you would
it
take
helps,
it.
but
Oh, no,
I don't
please,
know.
man who's never
I
done
guess
this before,
my
tell me
point
how I
is,
should do it.
My point is, as somebody who doesn't do it a lot, I wouldn't know how it's going to affect me. Some people, you're right. For the most part, it's supposed to mellow you out. Some people, it doesn't work that way. I don't know.
We've talked about this in the show before.
I mean, the kid's attached to a button.
Oh, I forgot about
Right
it.
now.
Kid's attached to a button.
Button boy.
What are you, an 80-year-old Hollywood?
I probably,
Doctor,
I'm just
help me,
saying,
doctor.
I wouldn't mess with the chemistry there.
I did a radio show. Now I can't get up.
The kid's attached to a button? No, wait a minute. We've talked about this on the show before. So a couple of Christmases ago, when marijuana finally was legalized recreationally, Kimmy got us edible gummies for Christmas. Yeah. And we brought them home, and I think Kimmy expected us on our break.
And you guys just let them expire.
Well, because I was scared, and you were scared too.
Yeah, it's new technology I don't get.
So based on
I don't get this high candy.
So based on the fact that you and I both looked at each other in the face and said, we're nervous to try these, you going, you should try it. No, knowing that I'm nervous to try it, and you also not being able to do it, why would you encourage me to do that?
Well, I just thought it would help.
Thank you.
Maybe why don't you pour yourself a drink?
Thank you for your concern.
You got booze in your house?
I don't want to drink it at noon on a
Who's gonna know you take a little hit?
I would know.
Oh, I would know. What are you and Jesus gonna be crying?
Well, here's the other problem. So, the chaos, of course, wasn't limited to our room on Friday, right? Like, the entire country, as we know, was just
The world was
upside
brought to
down.
its knees.
Weird day in general.
I had told you guys around this time on Friday that my wife was supposed to fly out
Oh,
for
yeah.
a girls' weekend.
Yeah.
So I was going to be alone with my kids all weekend. So,
Right.
one, I can't just start drinking at noon. I got to take my youngest to tennis.
Yeah, all right.
Can't show up drunk to tennis, I don't think.
I'm pretty sure most people have.
I don't know how that works. I know I can have drinks at hockey practice. That's standard.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can have tennis
Any
drinks.
country club activity, you can have a cocktail. That's why they invented this stuff.
So my wife did not get out early in the morning.
Yeah.
They rescheduled her flight for 7 p.m. on Friday, which is when my daughter had her first ever authentic tennis match.
Wow.
It was a big moment for the Duffy family. So my wife's going to miss it, but that's okay. I'm going to cheer extra loud just for her. So we go to the place where she has this tennis thing. Her thing starts at 6 o'clock. So my wife leaves, gives everyone a kiss. I'll see you guys on Monday. She's
All
coming
right.
home today. We get to the tennis thing. I'm taking pictures, texting to my wife. She's about to get on the flight. And as I hit send, I turn around and my wife is standing behind me.
What?
She got to the airport, and the flight that they booked her on that morning had been canceled before the woman booked her on it.
Oh.
So she couldn't leave that night.
So did she go at all?
She left early Saturday
Okay.
morning.
And then, so the whole trip got killed, really, because she only got, a
Right.
day?
Well, no, she had Saturday, Sunday. She comes home today.
Yeah, but I mean,
But you left Saturday. Yeah, that's a short
that's
trip.
going to suck when you're going to see family and
Yeah,
stuff.
no, it's got to suck. I had my girls running all over New York all weekend long, just me and them. But yeah, it's got to suck for her. Only getting 2.5 days of vacation. Man, that's...
It still blows,
no,
man.
I feel for you. That sucks hard.
She works hard,
I know.
man.
Wow. Did she do a 5.5-hour show on
I mean-
Friday?
No,
Don't
she's
think
just
so.
saving lives.
I will
No,
say,
she was going back and forth to airports.
We're causing suicides.
you're sounding awfully grumpy for a man who ate Golden Corral yesterday.
I did get to, but I only got to go to Golden Corral
I
because
would
my
think
wife.
that's a highlight of your weekend.
Ooh.
I only got to go to Golden Corral because my wife was not with us.
Oh, she's not a corraller.
And then she got upset because my daughter texted her that we were at Golden Corral.
Oh,
She
she's not allowed to
told on
go?
you.
Yeah, she did. Well, it was her idea. They wanted
Oh.
to go, and I was like, "Okay, we'll go to Golden Corral." And then she's like, "Look, Mommy, we're at Golden Corral." What are you doing? So it looks like everything, not only here in the room, but like nationwide, is back to normal.
Right, kind of, right?
We
They're
hope.
still not completely
know,
saying
I'm,
everything's normal.
I don't want to jinx it here.
Okay, well, no, I'm saying I didn't see any other issues over the weekend.
Because even that CEO guy was like, yeah, well, it was, it was something else, huh?
How about that?
Wow.
So it's
Who saw that coming?
CrowdStrike is the company,
That
right?
dude, yeah.
Okay, all right. So he looks like...
And by the way, I was watching sporting events this weekend where they were still advertising that thing that caused all the problems.
I mean, you already paid for the
Yeah.
advertising.
Hey, come on. Hey, check us out, huh?
They say no press is bad press.
I guess.
Right?
We'll find out.
But like I'd seen those interviews too that guy did. The CrowdStrike
Yeah.
CEO, whatever he is. He looks like every middle-aged neighbor you've ever had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're gonna be out, like getting in the car. Hey, what's going on? Walk
Yeah.
up the what's going on? Hey, kids got soccer. I don't know. We're gonna try and get out on a boat this weekend. Also,
Well, that guy's got a boat.
shut down the whole world. Maybe not anymore. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're recapping, if you missed it, what happened after this break on Friday. We were on the air for 5.5 straight hours based on all the insanity. Joe's on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Man.
Hey, my wife was flying out Monday morning, or was it Friday morning?
Friday, yeah.
Thursday morning, whatever it was. Yeah, she had the same problem, Duffy. Everything was canceled at the airport. If your wife would have went with Infinity Travel by Sue, which is my wife, she could have fixed it for her. She could have flew out. My wife was delayed 2 hours. That's all it took.
Lame ass free plugs over here from Joe.
I'm trying to help your wife. Infinity Travel by Sue, Duffy. That's all she's got to use.
Noted. I'll write that down, Joe. Thank you. I appreciate the tipperoo.
You guys have a great day.
There goes Joe.
I didn't know there was like travel agents anymore.
Oh, no, Joe called us from 1984.
It must be, right?
Yeah, that's what happened. All right, so we are back to normal.
All right.
The live stream is back up and working. We're sorry we didn't have that for you on Friday because, again, the computers were all exploded. You can get us on our live stream at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. On YouTube, The Break Room, WCMF. All of that brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, you don't need computers to sell beer.
That's right, buddy.
So next time the world ends, just head on over to Three Heads and enjoy it. Also, and here's the saddest part, I think, of what happened on Friday.
What's that?
Nothing we did could be recorded.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For everybody tweeting at us, there's a reason you couldn't find the show on Friday.
It's the first show the three of us have done that does not exist
Doesn't
anymore.
exist.
It's the only
So
one.
enjoy.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Brought to you by CrowdStrike.
But all of the insanity that happened, because it got delirious on the show. Moose from 98PXY, he popped in on the
He
last
told
hour.
some priceless stories.
Brilliant
Got
stories.
a lot of feedback on that.
Oh, God, he was so funny.
And if you missed it, if you didn't hear it, you will never hear it again. So there's your lesson. Always listen to every second of the break room. All right, we got a dynamite back to normal, knock on wood kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, what's going on?
People are frustrated. They're angry.
What happened?
When they see their things getting taken and they see that they think there's not a lot being done about it, and they're not going to take it anymore.
All right, so who's tooken?
Well, there's a woman in the city of Rochester that had something very valuable taken from her. And we got to figure out the actual circumstances here because I don't know if it was stolen in front of her or she saw it later.
Oh.
But she decided she was going to get this thing back. And here's the thing. It worked.
Oh.
But it seems, Kimmy, that walking into the situation, she didn't really have a plan.
No. It seemed maybe she was running on adrenaline.
And
then, yeah.
And the way that this all worked out, it's hard to tell if what she did was a good thing or a bad
Or
thing.
she just got lucky.
Yeah, we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
You've played rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, yeah, it's good, sure.
Have you ever played hammer, knife?
That sounds like it would be kind of hurt.
Oh, it was for one guy here in the our area over the weekend. And it's not just about the hammer and the knife, but it's about the ages of the participants in this standoff because Kimmy has a hot take that I think she's wrong on.
All right.
We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The older you get, the lower your chances of winning a physical altercation become.
Well, yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, your body just starts, going south.
And that goes even more for when the person that you have an altercation with is younger than you.
Yeah.
That being said, with some details we're about to share with you in an alleged incident that happened Friday night, I think Kimmy is underestimating a man this age with this in his hand.
Okay.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, the Olympics start on Friday.
What?
You know I love the Olympics.
I know you
and
do.
we got, 5-6 local people that'll be competing on a international stage in Paris. That being said, it's not just the sports that'll be occurring in Paris, buddy.
What else is going on?
Well, you have 1,000 of the best-looking people on the planet in shape, all staying together.
Oh, the athletes.
In a dormitory for 2 weeks. We know there will be banging. What's shocking is the amount of banging the Olympics themselves think will be happening.
Well, it is, you're in France, bro.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 61-year-old man has been arrested after an incident involving him menacing with a hammer.
Old man and a hammer.
So it happened Friday night. Police say just after 9 p.m., the 61-year-old man got into a domestic argument with a man in his 30s. That led to the hammer situation. In self-defense, the 30-year-old grabbed a knife, according to police, and he was forced to use it.
Wait. So he stabbed?
Authorities say the 30-year-old stabbed the 61-year-old hammer-wielding man in self-defense. Why is that funny? There is nothing funny about that statement.
There is like 1,000 things funny about it.
Give me one
Let me tell you
funny.
something.
The 61-year-old man was taken as strong with non-life-threatening stab injuries. However, the guy that was stabbed, the 61-year-old, is the only one facing charges in this story.
Well, the other guy was protecting himself.
Exactly. It was all self-defense. He will be, the 61-year-old man will be taken to jail when he's discharged from the hospital with his injury. So, Kimmy, you saw this story.
Yeah.
61-year-old man with a hammer, 30-year-old man with a knife, and you had a hot take.
I said I'd still take the 30-year-old man over 60-year-old guy with a hammer.
So you're saying 30-year-old man with a knife over 60-year-old man with a hammer. Tommy, would you agree or disagree with that take?
Oh, my money's on the kid with the knife.
All right, so you're both going 30-year-old with a knife.
Yeah.
Okay. I think both of you are off here. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Why is that?
First off, hammer versus knife is more of a fair fight than you think. A hammer can F you up.
It can, if you hit somebody in the right area. It would.
Thank you.
But a knife's going to hurt wherever I put it in your body.
A hammer's going to hurt wherever I
It
hit
is.
you with
It
it.
is, but a knife could be a one and done.
Yeah, like I can't hammer my way to your heart. You're not going to sit there long enough, but I could stick you quick.
First of all, Whitesnake disagrees. They'll hammer their way to your heart. Second of all,
I mean, there was a song, If I Had a Hammer. If I had a hammer, I'd use it on your ass. Your smart ass.
hammer has the blunt end to do blunt damage. It also has the sharp end where you can't cut somebody open with it. You take a swing.
Claw.
Yeah,
but then that claw will cut you
Unless
open.
it's ball peen.
Okay.
You didn't say what kind of hammer.
It
Because that guy has multiple
Yeah.
hammer.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
got tack, he's got claw, and he's got ball peen. Let me
Reason-
tell you something. There's 10 hammers in this town. None of them sent me birthday cards. I'll put a knot on your head, boy, that the Boy Scouts can't untie.
Reason number 2,
Hey, we called him boy, too.
hammer versus knife is more of a fair fight than you think. People are way more comfortable swinging a hammer than they are making a stabbing motion at a human being. Swinging a hammer is something we've all done. I don't know about you guys. I've never tried to stab a person.
But you gotta have good rotation in your shoulders to be able to do that. I don't know how many 60-year-old guys have that range of motion right now.
No, I would say it's more the elbows and the hips than it is the shoulder. You're coming from the
think?
side.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
because
know.
you swing into it
Yeah.
more,
Either
like a golf
way,
swing.
You're gonna pull a muscle.
Yeah.
Look, the biggest reason why a hammer versus knife fight may be closer than you think. If that 60-year-old works with the hammer, he might as well be 30 because for some reason, when that becomes part of your everyday life, skill ages slower than the rest of your body.
So you think he's been a working man?
No, I don't know if he is.
A hammering man.
I'm saying if he is a blue-collar man, a
Hammering
hammering
man. Did somebody call Hammer Man?
that is a fairer fight than you think. Now,
All right.
whatever skill, and this goes for every skill, like physical skill you can have, something you do for a living or on a daily basis. You may feel it in your body. You may see it in your neighbors or family members, right? Like, Tommy, you'll see old men in their 50s, 60s, 70s out back splitting wood, chopping trees.
Yeah, sure.
And they will mosey on over there slowly. They'll grab their back as they bend over to pick up that axe. But as soon as they start swinging that axe, thwap, 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 they look like they're 30 years old again.
Now, you are right if he's a hammering man.
Okay.
The one thing, if he's been hammering as a working man his whole life, he doesn't normally do, have to hammer things that are moving.
Okay.
Like he holds it here, hammer.
Okay.
It's not like moving around and talking back to you and pissing you off and calling you names. See, he's out of his hammering element.
I
Right? He
understand.
got the hammer.
Okay.
But the thing he's trying to hammer is now sassing back. And let me tell you something. You don't sass back hammering, man.
You Don't Sass Back Hammering Man is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
You believe in Jesus? Well, I'm hammering, man. You take that sassy mouth to Jesus because you're about to meet him.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't
Look,
know.
I understand. You're right. It's not completely equal. But if this is a man who has worked his whole life with a hammer, I am terrified of this man. He can still swing that hammer.
Listen, yes.
By the way, you're also not accounting for old man strength.
Okay.
Did
Yeah.
you ever get your old man strength?
No, I never had young man strength.
Okay, good point.
I
Okay.
feel like old man strength, though, can lead to mistakes because you're just so running on adrenaline.
Look, you're right.
You know what I mean?
You're right. I'm not saying that this guy is a guaranteed winner, right? But I think, Kimmy, you are overestimating how confident the 30-year-old with a knife should have been over the 61-year-old man or, whatever, 60-year-old man with a hammer. If that man works with the hammer, if that man is running on adrenaline, all he's got to do is make contact, and you are in serious trouble. Serious trouble. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this incident happened Friday night in the city of Rochester just after 9 p.m. 61-year-old man got in a domestic argument with a man in his 30s. The 61-year-old had a hammer. In self-defense, a 30-year-old grabbed a knife and stabbed the 61-year-old man. However, the man who was stabbed is the only one facing charges, menacing with the hammer. He was taken to strong with non-life-threatening injuries. He will be released and then taken right to jail. 252-WCMF. You weren't talking different types of hammers? Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good
man.
to hear from you, buddy.
Good.
So you guys, I don't know how much you guys know about hammers. You forgot about.
I wish I had one now.
Yeah, I know. No, the drywall hammer is basically on the opposite end, looks like a hatchet. So if he's using that hatchet-looking end on that dude, and he makes contact, he could, seriously have that dude.
Drywall. Oh, man, it is a nasty-looking hammer. Have you seen a drywall hammer?
Let me tell you something, son. I've been having drywall for 30 years, and I've only loved one woman. I'm going to tear your ass up.
I mean, Ben, how old are you?
Just turned 40.
Okay, so Ben just turned 40. Happy birthday. I forgot, Ben.
She get a tattoo.
40-year-old Ben with a knife, 61-year-old man with a hammer. Who are you taking?
Oh, I'm praying that old man has that strength he's been talking about.
I mean, Ben, do you think
Thanks, Tommy.
do you think armed with a knife you would be confident in your skills against a 60-year-old man with a hammer?
Oh, man.
That's not confidence.
I don't know. I don't know. I try to avoid fights when I can. So
Yes, obviously. This guy was too. He had to stab his way out.
I'm going to try my hardest to talk my way out.
Okay, Ben.
Good luck with that.
Thank you for the call,
Even
Ben.
though I'm probably going to take a hammer to the tongue.
Okay, great, Ben. Thank you. Well, you know what would happen?
What?
This did happen to Ben.
Oh,
one
my
time.
God,
Remember
yeah.
He had that knife, and then the guy swung the hammer.
Oh, yeah, I did. Ah, my God. Is that a drywall hammer? Yeah, they just used the back side of it.
I don't know what you just said.
Neither does no. I don't know what Ben just said for the life. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. No, look, I'll say this, man. I am a 38-year-old man. I am in semi-decent shape.
Hey, you've been working. I've been killing yourself.
Hashtag no days off. Hashtag stay ready so you don't got to get ready. I am a man who is somewhat skilled in hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah, you box.
61-year-old man with a hammer. I want no part of it.
What if you have a knife, though?
Even with a knife, I don't want any
Machete.
part of it.
You have a machete.
I'm gonna say you
That's
definitely can't talk your way out of it once old man has decided to grab the hammer.
Yeah, once hammer is here,
Yeah, he's
you're
coming
not-
for it.
yeah. Once hammer goes above
Yeah,
shoulder,
yeah.
it's game over.
Yeah.
It's end game, right? Now here's the thing. Everything I just said in defense of a 61-year-old man with a hammer. It's not infinite strength, the strength that you have from doing the same thing over and over again for years and years, right? So if we're going based on the average person, Kimmy, you're right. He would be slower.
Yeah.
He would be less agile.
Probably outrun that guy.
And he would be more prone to tipping over. All I'm saying is don't think it's a walk in the park. If you got a
All
knife,
right, don't get too confident.
yeah, old man's got a hammer because things
All
will
right.
go bad for you. The other thing that stood out to me in this story, so it says it's a domestic incident. 61-year-old man, 30-year-old man. I would
So
assume,
that means they live together.
or they are related in some
Okay.
way, right? Do you think you could stab a family member if you had to?
I don't know if they're coming at you with something like that.
I get in the moment, yes.
Yeah.
But like as you sit here and think about it,
Right.
like we all have family members we don't get along with.
Right.
But I don't know if I could stab someone that I like intimately know like that.
yeah.
I don't
No.
want to stab anybody. But
No, I don't. Yeah. I mean, I have family members. If you said, "Hey, so and so's got stabbed," I go, "Yeah, that sounds about right."
but could you do it?
No. But they got it coming.
Oh, but for God's sakes, I'm not.
Hey, listen, man, I'm not wishing ill will on anybody,
No, you literally just
But-
did that.
but I know how they be.
I'm trying to think of like even my family. I'm thinking of the family members that I dislike the most.
I'm thinking extended family.
Yeah, no, same,
Yeah.
same. Like having to put a blade in that
Yeah.
person.
Oh, it'd be horrible.
Right. Because you
Ah!
would think the second you choose to do that, you're like, I killed them. Even if you didn't. Right.
Yeah.
Because that's such a powerful motion and you don't know what
It's so personal.
you hit. Yeah.
And like, yeah, no, you're
Like
right.
you're not like stabbing to just hurt them. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you're stabbing just to protect
Right,
yourself,
right,
right?
right.
Yeah.
And, like I don't know anything about anatomy, right? Like I know where the important stuff is,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
like right. But like you're right. Like if that guy's coming at me, and I'm just like
Right.
blindly stuck my knife in there. I wouldn't know what I did to
I
him.
am
No.
amazed though, like throughout history, people that got stabbed and they
And
continued doing what they were doing in the moment.
Can you give me an example?
So Martin Luther King got stabbed in like just above his heart
Oh,
during a speech, and he's still standing there. Like he finally stopped and they looked at him, but like he had it like it was like a letter opener
Okay.
that this woman jabbed
that
into
woman,
him,
yeah.
and he's still like looking
carried
like,
on.
"Hey, what's going on, man? What are we having for lunch?"
Do you think
Like,
that's just adrenaline? Like you almost don't even realize
it
what
would have to
happened?
be, man, because like that thing is like in his
Yes!
chest.
Ah,
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, I'm done with this dream stuff right now. I need a break here. You know, he just kept being Dr. King.
God.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's recap what we learned here. 1, old man strength is real. 2, if somebody works with their hands or a tool their entire life, no matter how old they get, they will always be strong with that tool. 3, try not to stab anybody.
Yeah.
All good? Okay, good. The opening ceremonies for the Olympic Games in Paris are on Friday.
So, but they're going to be different. They're all going to be on the water.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So
really?
it's not going to be in a stadium where the teams come out.
Yeah.
It's going to be a boat parade in the middle of the river in Paris.
Oh, in Pooh River? Was that the Seine where it was all full of poo?
It's the Stinky River.
No kidding. And by the way, we're not insulting. That's a legitimate issue they're
Yeah.
dealing with. There's a lot of poo in the river.
So it's going to look completely different.
Okay. Well, there are other parts of the games that are apparently going to look the same, especially the things we can't see. Because when you get a lot of in-shape competitive people together,
And they're kids.
yeah. You know that some after-hours activities are going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
What's jaw-dropping, however, are the amount of after-hours activities the Olympics are banking on happening.
So they think it's going to be out of control.
You have no idea. And the steps they have taken to address that. We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is nothing better than cheering for America.
That's right.
And starting this week, we'll get the chance to root on our athletes from the great US of A as they take on the world at the Paris Olympics.
On Foreign Soul.
Foreign Soul. There are major preparations that go in every Olympic Games.
Oh, yeah.
It's just strange that this is something they take so much consideration.
But why do they care?
It's a good question. Well, I mean...
It's nobody's business.
Actually, historically... There's a reason why they care.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. We don't know what happened in the moment with this woman.
Okay.
She was a victim of a crime at some point. She saw what was taken from her, and she decided she wasn't going to takes it anymore. In fact, she was going to try and takes it back.
Oh, okay.
Now, look, I'll tell you right now, everything worked out for her.
She got lucky.
But that's what makes this so confusing, is because there are arguments to be made on both sides that she did the dumbest thing ever, or she took initiative and got back what was rightfully
More
hers.
people should act like her.
I mean, yeah, when you say things like that, it
Then
makes
with
it
that
sound
voice,
right. Yes.
on your point.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Did you know?
What?
Friday at noon, the opening ceremonies for the 2024 Paris Olympics will kick off. And then comes the amazing athletic feats from all the participants.
Yeah.
But some of those athletic feats, Tommy, won't be happening on camera.
Ooh.
It's well known that the Olympics have become famous for being a sexual hookup extravaganza.
Yeah.
Athletes sharing dorms in the Olympic Village, going out after the events are over, meeting each other, and getting after it hard.
And you're in horny town, USA. But it's horny. You're in horny town,
Europe.
Earth.
Wait, is that foreign? Athletes. Okay, so did you know, Tommy, the Paris Olympics have set a record for the most condoms they'll distribute to athletes in the history of the games.
Really?
So since 1984, quick historical
Did they have
update.
the logo?
I want to know that too because
Like
I want one if they
special
do.
Olympic issued
Right.
condoms.
I would put
Because
that in my man cave.
everything's sponsored.
Yes.
Everything.
You're right. So since 1984, which seems to line up with the AIDS crisis, you asked why they care? The IOC has handed out free condoms to the athletes for obvious reasons. And in that first year in Los Angeles in 1984, the IOC had 8,500 condoms on hand.
All right.
All right. I just told you they've set a new record this year. Tommy, can you tell me how many condoms the IOC will have ready for Paris starting this week?
I guess if you figure how many times somebody's going to bang, right? Let's say you hook up twice,
Okay.
which is nice, right?
Yeah,
All
sure,
right, because you're also doing your Olympic prep.
Absolutely.
Right, you're busy.
And if 80, I'm gonna go 20,000.
20,000. Kimmy, would you like to take a shot?
100.
100,000.
That sounds like
Shooting
a lot,
for the
right?
stars here.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
The IOC, International Olympic Committee, will have 500,000 condoms on hand for the athletes at the
So
Olympic
that's got to
Games.
be an 18-wheeler of rubbers that somebody's going to have to unload.
Is it?
Rubber on the road, rubber in the back.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Wrap that rascal.
I feel like you could distribute that to people actually
A
going
country.
to the games too. Like this wouldn't just be for athletes.
Again, the International Olympic Committee has 500,000 condoms they will be handing out to the athletes this year. Now, here's the thing. There are more athletes than ever competing in this year's games.
And there's
'Cause
more
there's
games
more
now,
games.
too, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
there are. Yes. But you would think the 11,000 athletes wouldn't need 500,000 condoms.
Yeah, but there's some guys, bro, your sport ain't that sexy, man. Nobody wants your ass. Nobody wants speed walking, right? Or, old golfer,
Table tennis?
table tennis.
He knows what he's doing with them balls, buddy.
I didn't realize, I never knew this. I mean, that they golf in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen it before.
Really?
But the pros are in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've never seen it?
No, I've never seen golfing at the Olympics.
It's there.
All right, so
Maybe
but,
it's because it's a team event, right? Is it an individual?
so
or a
it's
team?
two guys. So like Ireland, your boys are going to be there. Big fat Shane Lowry and Rory. So they're going to give.
It's unfortunate that his
fat
parents
Shane
put
Lowry.
on the birth certificate "Big Fat Shane Lowry."
So they're going to give Shane Lowry, some middle-aged, chain-smoking Irishman, a pack of rubbers. Where are you going with that, man?
Bro, that guy could get laid more in
I was gonna
one
say, I
night
wouldn't
than
underestimate
Not when
seven
there's a
golfers.
bunch of hunked-up youngins in there.
hunked up youngins.
Hunked up youngins. You ain't doing nothing, Shane Lowry.
Wait. Didn't hunked up youngins open for Ribs Arkansas
think he
this
might
past
have.
summer?
Ah, big old Shane Lowry. I got all the lasses on me. I need a pint of rubbers.
Hunked up youngins? Okay.
All right, so now we're way over rubbered.
So let's talk about this.
And by the way,
because-
you're trusting that if I'm a young guy, I'm not rapping.
No, I understand. It's not that they're forcing them on them. They just want to
Right.
have them
Right.
available in
In case,
case
you
somebody
know.
needs them. So, again, 11,000 athletes competing at the Olympic Games. 500,000 rubbers they will have for them. Let's do some quick break room math. That means the IOC has around 45 condoms on hand for every single Olympic athlete.
Right.
Okay?
45.
45 per athlete.
Yes.
The games.
You're not even there that long.
The games, 2.5 weeks. They're there 2.5 weeks. And not every athlete stays for the duration of the
No,
game.
if you're done, you screw out of town.
All right, so let's say the average Olympian is there
Yeah.
for 14 days in the village, right? For them to make it through all of those condoms, every single athlete would have to average 3 sexual experiences every single day
Yes.
for 14 straight days.
Plus, compete at the highest
Yeah.
level of any athlete on the planet.
You got it. Actually, no, my math was wrong.
Because they'd be competing some days.
I'm not
with-
even taking
Right.
that into account.
And
Yeah.
training.
Right.
I'm not even talking because each person would get 3 per day.
Yeah.
So only one person would have to bring their condom. So really,
Oh, good point.
you
Yeah.
need to have 6 sexual experiences a day,
Yeah.
every day, for 14 days to run through the condom. Wait a minute, no, even that's skewed because 2 women who wanted to enjoy themselves,
Yeah, they ain't using.
you're not going to use the condom. So then if we use the 20% of the population believed to be gay, split that in half for just the ladies, we can add another sexual experience per day that would require a condom.
Fellas, get to it, boys.
So, in the end, we have 7 sexual experiences per day for 14 straight days to use those condoms. So,
Bro,
in
you would have. Oh, go ahead.
in total,
Yeah.
to use all of the condoms, the average heterosexual athlete would have to have 98 sexual interactions for them to need those condoms in 2.5 weeks.
And you would be exhausted. Let's say everybody did it. You'd have the swimmers would go right straight to the bottom. Guys falling off the diving platforms. Good luck, male gymnast. You're gonna land on that damn thing you're spinning around. Bust your damn nuts.
Thank you for putting damn in the middle of that.
So are we accounting for, because there are like crews that come with these teams too, trainers,
Okay.
coaches, side people. I don't know what their job
All
is,
right.
but they just seem to be
Good
there
question.
for moral support.
Good
I don't.
question.
I mean, I guess there are more people maybe to add into the equation that we're not thinking of, but I still think that's still a large number.
It's
Okay, but
it's
let's-
overkill.
Yeah.
Let's say double it. Let's say there's 22,000. That would still be 50 sexual experiences in a 14-day thing, and you would to use all those condoms.
And what do they care about any of this? Let the people just bang and do whatever.
Well,
Why
okay.
you got to give them a condom?
Here's why.
They're adults.
If we go back to 1984 in LA, I'm assuming they started distributing the condoms because the AIDS crisis
Right.
was kicking up. And if you have people from all over the planet that are together in one space, right, the risk that you're going to spread venereal disease back to
Right.
countries is massive. And, you're anticipating, I mean, that's without anticipating something that we've never seen before coming from a place that we're not normally in.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So that's why you do it.
All right.
And you're right. You're not going to force them to put them on, but it's
No.
always nice to have the option.
The condom cops or lay cop.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. The International Olympic Committee will be distributing, or at least trying to, 500,000 condoms over the 2.5-week Olympic Games to the 11,000 athletes in Paris.
Do they just think that like Paris is just such a romantic city that it's going to be more banging than normal?
I guess that's possible. Well, no, because Rio had like 250,000 a couple years ago,
Yeah.
and then for the next games, whatever it was, it went down. So maybe they do bring them for the sexier cities, because Rio's a pretty sexy city.
Oh, bro, they have naked.
They half naked.
Okay.
And that's the cops.
Like Cobb.
Lay cop. No, not done there.
Two
El
five-
Capo.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, brother?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's
Good,
up?
Teddy.
Hey, listen. Do you know what they do after they use those condom? Right? They
What's-
make
No.
a tire called Goodyear.
Ah, Teddy. Teddy. Teddy.
What's the matter?
Headliner tonight in Rochester's only Malaysian Comedy Club. Dang! Shut up. That's like you laughing is the only thing that makes it funny, Teddy. I want you to know that. Laughing at your own joke. Teddy, Great to talk to
Do
you.
you like to laugh? Or, do you like to laugh?
You even sound like a comic. You guys like to laugh, huh? You're in the right spot.
They give him to Goodyear.
Teddy, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, you know I'm big into weird sports collectibles.
Yeah.
We have 5 or 6 Rochesterians going to the Olympics. Would it be weird if I were to write and ask if the condoms have an Olympic logo on them? Can you please get me one?
Can I have one of your rubbers,
No,
ma'am?
I'm serious. Well, look, there's a woman from Roberts. We have the gymnast from Penn.
These are all like young people you'd be asking. Hello, young person.
They're adults.
Fresh out of college.
Pardon me, boy. Are you going to use that rubber? No, sir. I'm going to sell it to Goodyear. I hear they make quality tires for all kind of cars.
No, I mean, bro, you know I got some weird-ass sports collectible stuff.
But what are you going to do? Put that on display?
So I have a little Olympic section where I have my display. I have a can of snow that's unopened from the 1980 Lake Placid
Isn't it
Games.
just water?
It's dissolved now, right? It's gone, but it's unopened. It's like one of the most unique, cool things I have.
What's so right to him?
So I don't know, like
Just email 'em.
Is it weird to like reach out? Does anybody know these Olympians? If anyone could get me an Olympic branded condom, I would love you forever.
All right.
I would put that on.
Well,
display.
you ought to make sure first it's branded.
Yeah.
Because you could just get a Trojan.
Somebody might just draw the Olympic rings on it.
Right.
Yeah, I guess
Call it a
you're right.
collectible.
What if somebody sends you a spent
No,
one?
I don't want. No, not used, please.
Here's one used prophylactic.
Kimmy doesn't get that. Can you Google and see if the Olympic condoms are?
Logo.
Yeah, thank you.
What
Because
do Olympic condoms look like?
no, I mean, if there are, there's probably some on eBay. For example, like all the branded stuff from the past always become collector's items. We discovered what? What do we got?
They do. It's silver and it has the Olympic rings.
I
on it.
need one. I think I'm gonna have to eBay that later and see what they're going for. If I have to, I'll just buy one on eBay. But like we
what's
discovered a couple of weeks ago, they used to give away cigarettes on Air Force One. Mm-hmm. I believe it was was it
Probably
Nancy
Nixon.
Reagan?
Oh, was it? She was the last one.
Maybe. But they have the presidential seal.
On the pack of cigarettes.
Yes, and these cigarettes, you can still buy them on eBay and things
That would
like
be
that.
pretty cool.
I mean, they're not smokable, but
Man, you could have your cigarettes and your rubbers.
you wouldn't want an Olympic rubber? It's kind of
I mean, if I would take one for sure. I have some busted Olympic stuff if you wanted from when we went to the Olympics.
I don't want to take your Olympic stuff.
Like, I could care less. I didn't even want to go. I didn't go see nothing.
I hate you so much.
I went to see bobsledding
I would kill.
and ping pong.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about how the International Olympic Committee in Paris for the next 2.5 weeks will have 500,000 condoms on hand for the 11,000 athletes competing. And we did the math based on how long they'll be there on average versus how many times they could be.
Yeah.
You would have to have sex. Every athlete would have to have intercourse 98 times in the
Okay.
2.5 weeks to make that work.
So in this story, though, it's saying it would be, it works out to roughly 20 condoms for each of the 10,500 athletes who are expected to compete.
That doesn't make sense.
So they
Oh,
must
this
give
is
them to the
according to
trainers.
USA Today.
So maybe it goes to the trainers
Yeah.
and the other guys that are around.
But even 20 in 14 days. Because like
Yeah.
you're only
No,
used-
it's impossible. You can't do that. Compete, train. Like, think of the meetings they got to go to and all the other stuff.
I mean, unless, well, I mean, I guess if you have like an early event and you're there for the next 2 weeks.
And then you're going to stick around. I mean, if you're out early and then you're just hanging, yeah, then you're going to have some fun.
I mean, is it out of the question that the most athletic people in the world would be able to have sex 20 times in 2 weeks?
Yeah, but they also got to do everything else they got to do. I
No, but I'm saying that. Let's say you're out early.
physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, think about the average guy that age probably rubs one out every day.
No, but there's a difference between rubbing out and like the physical act of sex. And
Right,
I
but
think
I
these
mean,
people
but-
aren't like doing like, missionary.
I know, I understand.
He's a pole vaulter for God's sakes. Look at him go.
What are you expecting from a pole vaulter?
The female? Something dangerous.
All right.
Wow! It just snapped it. All right, so just remember that when we are all taking the Olympics, starting on Friday with the opening ceremony, that they are all banging so hard.
These kids are sexed up.
All right, let's take a break. There is a woman in the city of Rochester who decided she wasn't going to take it anymore.
Oh.
And she made a decision. This decision is something that police tell you not to do.
She sounds like a hard ass.
I mean, look, based on the story, yes, because Kimmy, I mean, even one sentence in this story kind of proves that she's a hard ass. And It all worked out for her, which would lead you to believe this was a smart thing to do. But we've also seen this go poorly.
Yeah.
And folks say it's not a smart thing to do. When she got to where she got to, what was her plan?
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I guess this would be a knee-jerk reaction for some people.
Oh.
You're upset. Your adrenaline's pumping. These people did you wrong. There is no gray area, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is illegal. They are at fault. But even with all that in place, what this woman was successful in doing in the city of Rochester late last week kind of sounds like one of the worst ideas you could ever have.
So what the hell did she do?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, there was much excitement in the greater Rochester area when we found out that Topgolf.
Oh, yeah, that big new swinging machine. Let's go swinging, man.
That.
The bar, restaurant, driving range was coming to Rochester,
Right.
and it looks like that's on track to happen. Let's not ruin everything again, please.
Wait, what happened now?
Well, look, they say there's no such thing as too much of a good thing, but there is.
There's a lot of this.
Yeah, but Kimmy, we already have a lot of it, and then Topgolf is coming. So why would you do this?
I don't know, but I know a lot of people that visit these other things quite frequently.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from the city of Rochester. Thursday morning around 11 a.m. 911 received a call that a woman who had her Hyundai stolen had found the car.
Oh.
She found it. And she was in the process of following that car.
So she's tailing her own car.
Yes, she is. Now, I want to stop the story for a second because there are some important details we do not have. It's possible that this car had been just stolen and it had some kind of GPS in it and she found it that way. It's also possible that the car had been stolen days before, weeks before.
Yeah.
She was driving around and then, oh my God, that's my stolen car.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Because the second one, Kimmy, would be super surreal.
Yeah.
You have your car stolen, you're driving around, and you see your car.
Stumble upon it.
And I know that has happened to a bunch of people in the greater Rochester area where one day they're in a rental or they found something new and all of a sudden that is their car driving past
My
them.
car just passed me.
Exactly. And although we'll never know, the fact that it sounds like she was also in a car
Yeah.
makes it sound like the second one, like it had happened
Yeah.
earlier. Anyway, police say after the woman followed the car for several blocks, her car, the one that was stolen,
Yeah.
crashed into a parked car on Brenman Street.
Okay.
The woman got out of her car and, according to authorities, chased several teens from the scene before police got there.
Hey, that's my car.
It worked.
Okay.
Now, the good news,
Good news.
no one was hurt. Everybody is safe. The bad news, no arrests, no suspects. This woman was so scary that she scared those kids right out of the police officer's hands.
Yeah.
All right, and before we get to the meat of this conversation, quick question.
Yeah.
I want you to go back for a second to being a 15-year-old kid. You did something bad, whatever it is, and now a pissed off woman is coming in to handle it.
Yeah.
Are you the most scared of A, a 25 to 35-year-old woman, B, a 40 to 60-year-old woman, or C, 60 and above?
60 and above.
25 to 35, 40 to 60, or 60 and above. Which one intimidates you the most?
Well, take away the middle-aged woman.
So
She's got too much to risk.
All right, so 40 to 60, she's out.
Right.
Okay.
60 ain't got nothing to lose. And so is that punk-ass woman.
Okay.
The young one.
All right,
So I would say the scariest would be the young because she's physically fit enough to just tear you a new one.
Oh, you're worried about like being physically attacked.
Well, you never know, man.
I'm talking about
I mean, she could a 25-year-old woman could chase your ass down.
I'm talking about the intimidation factor of being yelled at, because even if she can't kick your ass, there are some women who carry themselves so confidently that just being yelled at by them is horrifying.
Well, that's the old people, man.
60 and over?
60 and over.
Yeah.
Kimmy, thoughts? Which one intimidates you the most? 25 to 35, 40 to 60, or 60
Well,
and
I
above?
will say, like, the one that I want out of the situation immediately would be the 60 and over, because you're not going to get a word in. You're not going to listen to you. She just wants to rip you a new one. And even if you say, I'm sorry, I was wrong, she's still going to keep going.
And you don't know what she's got in that purse.
That too.
She's got weapons, hard candy, too much tissue,
Bro, at that age, you could never have too much tissue.
and loose change. Good God.
I mean, that's like every, viral Karen video you see,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
it's always a 60 and up woman that's just ready to do anything to prove a point.
Okay, so with all that being said, now we don't have an age for this woman, and I guess we'll never have an age for
Right.
this woman. So this woman sees her car that was stolen while she's out. She follows the car that Her car that was stolen crashes into another parked car. The woman gets out of the car and chases off the teens that were in the car, potentially had stolen the car. Tommy, did this woman do a good or a bad thing?
I mean, it could have gotten really bad. She got lucky.
So?
I think she did a dumb thing.
She did a dumb thing. Kimmy?
And all you got back was a crashed car. You were going to get that back anyway.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
At that
maybe
point,
not. I mean,
No,
if you
the
never
cops
found-
would have-
well,
the
she got
kids
out of the car
ran.
after they crashed,
Right.
right?
But maybe
So-
they only crashed because they knew that she was hot on their tail.
She's that good.
I don't know. Maybe she yelled, "Hey, that's my car!" And now
Out the window.
the chase is on, man. Kimmy, good or bad thing?
She did a bad thing, but I can also understand, like, wanting to get out. I mean, that's something that you spend a lot of money on. That's something that you've been missing and you need. I can understand the instant reaction of getting out of your car to go check it out.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So, Tommy, she got her car back.
Wrecked.
There are people who say you can't argue with results. Those are results. And the fact is, authorities don't have the resources to handle this situation that's been going on for 4 years now, right?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, thank God for that settlement from those two car companies to fix this whole thing. I mean, if this woman wanted to get her hands back on the car,
Yeah.
the best chance was for her to do it herself.
Yeah,
And
but-
there are lots of people, Tommy, commending her for going all vigilante and doing it on her own. You love doing Charles Bronson voice, and she was doing Charles Bronson life.
But again, she got so lucky in
You're
how
right.
this all worked out.
And it is one of the most dangerous things you can do. And if the teens in the stolen car knew she had him marked, right, they could have been driving to get away, which is super dangerous now for other people that are on the road. And you also don't know, like, what's waiting for you when you get to the stolen car.
There you go.
I mean, there was that awful story in Gates a couple of years ago where that man got killed, was shot during a carjacking, right? And you're also assuming, like, you have the skill to safely execute a potential high-speed chase on your own, which I think you think that. Every person thinks they can do that. You think that you could execute a successful high-speed chase. You could run somebody down.
I want to know whose car she was in to do this.
Ooh.
Because you would have to lend your car.
Well, she has two
potentially.
cars.
Okay, she may have two. Yeah, we don't know her living situation. But let's say she had to borrow a car from somebody to do this. I don't know if I'm lending out my car to go chase down your car.
A police-style chase with my car.
Yeah.
You couldn't say no.
Yes, I can.
I don't know.
I don't need my... You're going to wreck two cars because you don't know what you're doing, lady.
Unless she didn't tell you what she was using it for.
Neither of you have the balls in that
I
moment to
don't
look her in the
know.
face and say,
I
no,
don't
you
know.
wouldn't.
I ain't
would try
loaning
to
my
talk them
neighbor
out
my
of it.
car to go chase some teenager.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let's say my car was stolen, my Honda Pilot, which I love
yeah.
more than anything in the world. I walk outside, the car was stolen, and I can see him slowly driving away. I run in here, I go, Tommy, give me your keys. Somebody stole my car. I'm going to go get him. You have a split second to make that decision.
Well, first of all, it's leased, so knock yourself out.
No, I own that
Technically-
baby now.
No,
Oh, your
mine.
car. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I would tell you that no, don't go chasing
You
them.
wouldn't. You would throw me your keys in that split second. You're a coward. You're a known hider.
True.
You're a people pleaser.
Yeah. All right.
You
take
give me your
time.
keys, and I
Take
think
it.
Kimmy would
Maybe
too.
you,
I
but
probably
like,
would.
because you're in that small circle of people.
That you think could execute a high-speed chase
No,
to get my stolen
Dad.
car back?
I would do that for, but like, I wouldn't do it for people down the hall.
Okay.
Like if Moose comes up to me,
Yeah.
you know, and he went, I'm not giving him my keys.
Well, yeah, I understand
Yeah.
that this isn't like a cop movie situation where you flash a badge and the person like moves out of their own car. But I think that more people than you believe.
We offer up their car to go chase their car.
Yes, because I think like it's also exciting. Like there would be an adrenaline
You
punch for
get
you.
your car back.
Go get it, Pat.
Come on, we're doing this. You want to come with me?
And now I'm
for the
in a
high-speed
body
chase?
shop for a month.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this woman in the city of Rochester. This happened Thursday morning. 911 got a call for a woman who said she found her Hyundai that had been stolen, and she was following it. Police say that her stolen car then crashed into another parked car. The kids that were teenagers, they said, got out and scrambled. The woman got her car back, and now the question becomes, is what she did like cool and vigilante and something to admire, or was this a really stupid thing? And both of you are under the impression that this was a stupid thing
Right.
to do. I mean, maybe we are looking at this wrong, because we have the luxury in this room of sitting here, no windows,
Yeah.
Monday morning quarterbacking her every move.
Right.
And maybe it's possible when you see that car that is yours, that was taken from you, snatched from your hands, All reason flies out the window.
Yeah.
Right? Adrenaline kicks in and the ability to reason is gone. Because, Tommy, think about how pissed you would be if someone stole your car.
Oh, sure. Your year is ruined.
Okay, now you see a bunch of punk-ass 13,
Smug-ass
14,
punk
15,
ass.
and they're laughing and they're driving your car. They're, hey, look how close the seat was to the steering wheel. I'm 13 and I had to push it back because I hear from a distance this guy kind of looked like an 8th
Wait,
grader.
now they're doing that joke
That's
too?
how bad the joke
That's
is.
how good that joke is.
Bro, they're playing their punk-ass music through your Bluetooth. Okay, you got to now wash your Bluetooth when you get it back. How about they're rubbing their bare asses all over the headrest?
Why did they take their pants off?
Just to be dicks, man. They're kids. Could you go about the rest of your day and not try to attempt to follow where your car is going?
I mean, it would piss me off. It would piss me off that they stole my car. It would probably piss me off that I did nothing about it.
Okay.
I think I would be pissed off at everything. Me, the car,
The bare asses
the
on the
bare
headrest.
asses. You ruined my presets.
I don't think kids use presets
Yeah, I don't
anymore.
think so
probably.
either. You have to worry about that.
Maybe they rub their ass on it. I don't know.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Gary. All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Based on the question I asked you, what take do you think a Gary has?
Gary is a hero.
Okay.
And he don't mess.
Okay.
You don't mess with Gary.
Gary writes, says this woman did exactly what she was supposed to do. If no one else is going to handle crime, why not let us handle it ourselves? You guys say don't get violent. She didn't. You guys say don't use weapons. She didn't. She simply followed the car until the people weren't in the car anymore. And in this man's defense, you know what? We are getting very fantastical here.
Yeah.
We're talking about high-speed chases and like Charles Bronson and pointing fingers. This woman may have just followed the car.
it. Yeah,
He could've,
simply
he
followed
could've.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she may
Yeah.
not have been like, hey. I mean, the kids could have crashed and just taken off because they had just crashed a car
Right.
that
Yeah.
was stolen.
Which makes sense.
I want to cheer for this woman.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop anything.
Well,
Do you think-
that's a good point.
Do you think these kids care that somebody's going to chase them? Hell, it probably adds to the fun of it.
Okay, now you sound like an old man.
Like-
These kids want to be chased.
They
These kids, they go out of their way to get out.
they're having fun doing this, right? Like, they probably ran off of seeing her and laughed their asses off that she was, like, stomping her feet and throwing her hands up in her hair around her car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. Well, bro, I told you, like, this was 2 years ago.
Whatever.
I was coming out of, I think it was Sacred Heart Church.
Oh, you saw those kids go by.
Yeah, my niece had just been baptized. And I had an idea in my head of what these car thieves look like, right?
Yeah.
These kids that were taking Kias and Hyundais. I watched them.
Yeah.
One of the kids was like hanging out the window, like sitting on the side of the window, and they were babies, man.
It's junior high.
Yes, they were babies, and it completely changed
Right.
the way that I looked at these kids. Like, they're literally just kids being kids. And I understand how silly that sounds when it comes to Grand Theft Auto, but I'm telling you, man, you look at the faces of some of these kids.
They're babies.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap. And also, the dad in me kicked in, because like I said, the kid was hanging out the window. I did that, like, shrug your shoulders and put your fists in there, like, oh, no, don't do that. No.
Yeah.
We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Carla. A lot of old school names
Yeah.
today. Got a Gary and a Carla.
Carla.
Carla says, a woman doing this is the smart thing to do. Don't send a man. He'll get too aggressive. This woman can just look and point and make those kids run away. Thoughts on that?
You're putting a lot of faith in those kids. That they're going to play by your, like, old lady rules from the 1960s.
All right. I think Carla might be on.
I'm gonna tell your mothers and your priests and your preachers. And I'm gonna report you to your principals.
It's weird that woman is talking like your dad.
Yeah, but she's thinking like my dad.
I'm kind of with Carla on this one.
In
You know, it's
terms
gonna
of
go on your permanent record.
best case scenario, you're saying?
I think it's harder to be a dick to an older woman than it is to be a dick to an older man.
Oh,
I
the
don't know if
kids, you're
that's still
saying.
around anymore, man.
I can only speak based on my own personal experience.
Yeah, but that's you. You're
I
old.
understand. Well, would you agree or disagree with me?
Back in the day, yeah. I don't know I don't know what it's like to be a kid today, and how they perceive old people.
Okay, fair.
You know what I
fair,
mean?
Fair. By the way, we keep saying, "Oh, we don't know the age of the woman
Yeah.
that had the car stolen."
We
She
do.
could
No,
have
but
been
but
23.
she's probably old to them.
Okay. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's
Like
true.
if I'm a junior high kid, a 30-year-old is just an old fart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is depressing to remember what we thought about
Yep.
30 and 40-year-olds.
Ancient.
You're middle age.
If
You
I'm
carry
lucky.
water with you wherever you go.
Well, you
Well,
gotta
you got to hydrate.
You do
That's what
have
the
to
kids are doing
hydrate.
these days.
Yeah, by the way, yeah.
How do you take your vitamins and your prescription?
Have you not?
Big on water bottles.
Thank
these
you. Like,
kids.
they're the most expensive things on the planet for these kids. Excuse me while I be trendy. It is weird as a kid why it felt different giving attitude to an older woman versus an older man. And I think
you're saying you felt more guilty?
Let me put it this way. I think Carla's onto something with the whole aggressive man thing. Like, a guy that's going to confront a teenage kid is going to come out hot.
He's going to overreact. Yeah.
Right? And in that way, you're being a dick to me in my teenage logic brain, so I can now be a dick back to you.
Yeah.
I mean, an angry or sad woman makes me feel guilty.
What would really bother me, to your point, like if you're a kid, you're a dick to a woman, and she starts to cry.
Oh, yeah.
That would totally deflate your ass.
Right. I'll take it a step further. If an old man came out and was kind, that would make me feel like a dick.
But they don't exist.
No, I've had that experience.
There are no kind men anymore.
I've had that experience a couple
kind
of times.
old man?
As like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, if they come out and they're nice, not only would I stop doing what I was doing, I would immediately feel like a monster.
I'm sorry.
I don't. I mean, come on.
Kindness goes a long way.
I think of a guy like Ramblin' Frank who calls the show all the time, right? He seems like a laid-back, cool,
But
understanding.
Bro, he's having a bag.
Hey, whatever gets you there, whatever. But like, if I'm a kid and I'm being a dick, and that guy comes out and he's like, "Hey guys, what you doing? You know, this is the problem." I'm like,
To your point, I still remember I told you this when I was in military school. We had to do this thing, and this old general came, and he was like really cool, wasn't whatever. I was expecting to see like Patton or something like that, and he goes, he said to us, "You're not bad boys. You were just told you were bad boys." And that really stuck with me even as a little kid because he was also a general, and we were going to Nam, which was kind of weird.
It was just almost so not what you expected.
No.
Yeah.
That was like some deep crap out of this guy that looks like, he bombed a lot of people.
Sure. And I mean, you don't remember things we say to you 3 minutes ago.
I know.
You rememred that from when you were 12?
Well, yeah.
So, yeah, it had an impact on you. All right, so
Be kind.
The lesson we learned here, 1, be kind to teens.
Right.
Or anybody. 2, it's probably not the best idea to chase your car if it's been stolen.
No chase.
And 3, be nice to old ladies.
Because they can cry on you.
Yes, they can. Or throw their hard candy weapons. We're going to do this again, aren't we?
What's that?
We're going to blow something that is going to be good for the entire community. We're going to ruin it. And there's going to be people that lose money in the process, and it's going to be a tough story. Unless golf is such a dominant sport, and I know Rochester is big on golf.
It's a big golf in town.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have to be, Kimmy, so dominant for all of these places to be able to make money at the same time.
I guess we'll see.
We're going to tell you a new business that is showing up in Pittsford, which sounds a hell of a lot.
Pittsford?
Yes. It sounds a hell of a lot like a business that people are over the moon that we're getting on the Brighton City line.
All right.
And we'll get to the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's happening again.
What happened?
We might be doing something right now in Rochester we tend to do when we see something people like. And in the end, it hurts everybody.
Really?
Yes, we know we are a golf town.
Yeah.
But, Tommy, golf is very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
And there's only so much money to go around. And we don't want to ruin what we got going on in this big thing that's coming here. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. You log on to the contest page at WCMF.com right now.
What, Lagoon?
Yeah, you can, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Train and REO Speedwagon.
Nice show.
Yep, it's at the Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse, July 31st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com just after 7:45.
Yeah, what?
The airline industry took a beating on Friday and Saturday.
With the glitch? Yeah.
Yep. Delta is still dealing with a whole bunch of after effects because of it, but it turns out one major American airline has bigger problems on its hands.
Bigger problems than that?
Yeah, because their employees, specifically stewards and stewardesses, have been getting very hurt in midair because of this thing that keeps happening.
Oh.
We'll tell you what it is just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So about a year ago, we were shocked to learn that the national sensation business Top Golf wanted to open up a location here in Rochester.
That's the hipster driving range.
It's not hipster.
Well, kind of.
Not even
It ain't
close
your
to
daddy's
hipster.
driving range.
No, it's not your daddy's, but it's not
It's like a driving
hipster.
range on steroids.
Yes, thank you. That's a way.
Yeah.
No, that's not even. Hipsters don't take steroids. Name one hipster that has ever taken a steroid.
I bet you they do. Because
Anyways.
they want to be hip and fit.
Okay, the bar, restaurant, nightclub only opened, Kimmy, in big cities.
Yeah, I only knew of this thing to be in like the biggest cities in America. Yeah.
And although there was a bit of a controversy when it came to the actual details of how it was going to open on the Brighton City line, it looks like it is now a full go.
Okay.
Now, Tommy, there are those who say you can never have too much of a good thing,
Well, you can.
which leads us to this story
What
today.
happened?
Pittsford is getting an X-Golf.
So basically the same business?
Same but different.
No.
Okay, so X-Golf is a chain that has locations on Long Island, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, among other larger communities. It's an indoor golf simulator bar with a pub menu all under one roof. So it has multiple simulators. You can get food, you
all
can get
in
But it's
drinks.
not like a driving range.
No.
No, but yes. It's not a traditional driving range where you're going to stand in one spot and
I'm
watch
not
your
hitting
ball
an
fly.
actual golf ball long distance.
No.
Okay.
But you are hitting the golf ball
All
into
right.
the simulator. Now, this restaurant, driving range, or whatever, simulator, whatever, it has an app that tracks your stats that can enter you into national competitions.
All right.
It will be in the Pittsford Plaza. No word on what date it will open. This business sounds a lot like Inside Top Golf.
Well, you're playing a course though.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because this already exists. A lot of golf courses have put these in to carry people all winter.
And that's the other problem. You're right. Country clubs, courses.
Yeah.
There's one in the Tim Hortons Iceplex in Brighton.
Is there?
Oh.
Yes, there's a whole facility.
I
It
know
has,
people that have them in their house.
Okay. And I know there's more I'm forgetting about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think this is too similar? One is going to tank?
It kind of feels like we're doing it again.
I do think the Top Golf though is a
That
little
sounds
bit
more fun.
Well, the Top Golf and like a driving range in general for me is a little bit more. It incorporates more other activities other than just hitting a golf ball. Like you have a bar, you have food. You can go there even if you have no idea how to swing a golf club
Okay.
and still have fun.
Okay.
Whereas like these simulators, like you're playing a full course. Like I would think you still kind of have to know what you're doing golf wise to do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to run into more serious golf dicks at that
Yeah.
new place than
Right.
the other place where it seems like it's just like a
It's
night
more-
out of
It's a little
fun.
more casual
with golf.
I guess.
Okay. I understand where you guys are
This one
coming
sounds too like dank.
from. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, here's the thing. I am obviously cheering for all of these places to succeed. You
Yeah,
want to see
but-
folks that invest money, but
Yeah.
here's the thing. We do this in Rochester all the time.
What's that?
We get super excited about something that we see that people would like to spend money on, and then everybody opens something up, and then everybody gets hurt because the money gets spread amongst all of these different places, and then all of them close at the same
All right.
time. Once Top Golf opens, can all of these other little places survive? And I sincerely ask you folks in the golf community, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because I'll be honest.
Yeah, which one are you dying to do?
Well, I mean,
That's what it comes down to.
I want to go try Topgolf, but if my buddies were like, hey, we're going to go to the simulator thing, I would probably go to that too.
Yeah, but to Kimmy's point, these simulators are around. This Topgolf is unique to this area. Like, if I'm going to go try something, well, I could go to the course I play at and play this game where you're just hitting into nothing.
Well, but I'll say this: hitting into nothing.
Well, you kind of are,
That
right?
should be the slogan for our show. Look, personally, I was worried about just Topgolf and how successful that would be based on the community of our size.
Yeah.
I mean, like we said, it's only normally in major cities. And then you have the weather situation. I don't know what it's going to be like playing at Topgolf in the middle of February, which they're going to have to do to make money, right? I mean, does Rochester, I was worried Rochester's population and disposable income would hurt Topgolf when it opened. Now you have all these other options, and those are actually inside all year round. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I do wonder, if it's just two different groups of people interested in these two separate things.
Possibly.
I don't know. I could be wrong. Like, my husband, if he wanted to do, you could go play like pretty much any course in the world at these golf simulators. And like, I could see him wanting to go do that in the middle of winter. Whereas if like we were going to go together, we'd probably go to something like Topgolf because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Okay. Now, putting the golf thing aside for 1 second.
All right.
Why does the greater Rochester area have such a hard time pacing ourselves?
What do you mean?
We
You
have
like this? I'll throw it at you in every corner.
Seriously, like we have a history of overdoing stuff that would have made it had we been smart. Like Rochester never needed 4 massive shopping malls.
True.
Greece and Irondequoit built malls literally on the same road 5 miles apart from each other. Like you could drive down 104 5 miles and go to Macy's after you just went to Macy's, right? But that did happen, and it was a disaster. Then, Tommy, came the great barbecue crash of 2006.
Oh, yeah.
Dinosaur, 2 Sticky Lips locations, Famous Dave's moved into town, amongst other places.
I forgot about that joint.
Yeah, me too.
Then you had some I got out on 104 and south of here. Yeah.
You had barbecue on every corner. And slowly, those places started to close because there were only so many hours a day to eat barbecue. And of the ones that were open at that time, and I'm sure I'm going to forget 1 or 2, but it seems that Dinosaur is the last man standing, right? Famous Dave's is gone. Both Sticky Lips locations have closed.
The funniest one I remember, so Hooters came to town around late 90s.
Okay.
And that was a hit, line out the door. So some guys in town decided, hey, man, we're going to get in on the boobs and beer biz.
Oh, yeah.
And they opened up one called Knockers. And how long do you think Knockers hung around
I don't
for?
know. How long did Knockers knock
Bro,
around?
I don't think it made it 6 months.
Okay.
And they were out. And then Hooters was out.
Yep.
And the other thing is the one unique thing I noticed when I moved here, we had a lot of strip clubs.
Yes.
Like an enormous amount of strip clubs.
Yeah.
And I think they're almost all gone. I don't know because guys don't go anymore, but like I can remember a time there was probably 5, 6 operating strip clubs in this town.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I thought that was kind of standard for every community
It
until
wasn't.
I left Rochester and
Right,
realized
yeah.
it wasn't a thing. Unless we're just giant pervs.
Yeah, but even pervs got to eat and drink and have fun too.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell in the rock
Perv
shop.
got to eat.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Pittsford is getting what's called X Golf. It is a chain that has locations on Long Island, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. It is a multiple indoor golf simulators. It's got a bar with a pub menu. It's all under one roof. It's like a hangout joint.
I'm almost thinking like most guys on the east side of town probably have one of these in their finished basement.
Okay, you understand how expensive those golf simulators are?
Bro, you could probably buy it for these guys to swing your clubs all winter.
That being said, these locations are everywhere. These golf simulators are in country clubs and golf courses. There's one at a hockey rink in Brighton. And then you got Topgolf coming, and it does feel like we're doing that thing we always do, where we get super excited, we open up 1,000 of the same thing, and then everybody goes out of business.
I was surprised, too, when Topgolf decided to come here, just because I thought Buffalo was supposed to be getting one, and they never did.
They were going to get a knockoff.
It was like a different,
Bottom
company. But it's weird that
Watch where you sit.
it wouldn't go there before it came here. You just based on size of city.
Unless, but I think Oak Hill and all the major tournaments we get
Maybe.
or have gotten probably plays into that. 252 WCMF. Okay, we got some folks sitting on hold.
We got some golfers.
Let's start with the golf call, and then we'll get into the overall we do overdo everything call.
Okay.
Josh is on CMF. Hey, Josh, how are you, buddy?
Hey, so yeah, you're right. We're getting a little saturated with all the different simulators and stuff, but Topgolf is kind of like a whole different ball game.
Okay.
So they're going to be just fine. I mean, you're going to have people from Syracuse and Buffalo coming here to play Topgolf. I drove 2 hours in Florida just to try it. And I mean, I had a blast. And it's for everybody. It's not just for your like hardcore golfers. You could swing a club for the first time in your life at Topgolf and have fun, like you were saying earlier.
Okay. So hold on, let me stop you for a second, Josh.
You can't really categorize it with the simulator.
Okay, I'm more worried about the smaller businesses than I am Topgolf. I mean, Topgolf obviously is the big dog here. You know, Tommy, you said it's sad that he drove 2.5 hours
In Florida.
I don't think you understand
The draw.
of this place.
But here's the thing, in Florida, think of how many actual golf courses you drove by that were open year-round. You could go play.
That's a good point.
These are great for places where you can't play golf all the time. You're in the
But
golfing
you
mecca.
can't golf at night, and you can play Topgolf at night. So this was after hours.
Oh, you didn't tell me it's after hours where all the cool golfers go, man. That golf. So cool.
Hey, Josh, let me ask you, Josh, if you can remember, what did one night at Topgolf cost you?
Oh, I don't remember.
Thanks for nothing, Josh.
Yeah, sorry.
I got wasted at Topgolf.
All right, so with all that being said, you being in the golf community, Rochester, big golf community, you are concerned that even with the amount of golfers that we have, that these smaller simulators are going to start to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, you have I mean, we don't have that many driving ranges around our area anymore. A lot of them have already closed. And then the ones that we do have, they're trying to get into the whole simulator game and everything like that to kind of compete with Topgolf, but they're not going to come close.
All right.
So I could definitely see them getting hurt there a little bit.
All right, Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yep. See you there.
Take care. That sucks. You don't want to see these small businesses like take a hit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it would suck.
252 WCMF. Going back to the whole idea that we in Rochester overdo everything. Oh, you like that? Here's 45 of them. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, one thing that, you know, when you guys mentioned before about the malls being, I think you said, Duffy, 5 miles down the road, right? You've got Around the Kuwait and Greece Mall.
Sure.
Hey, don't forget, like back in the day, you had economic giants like Xerox and Kodak that are just mere shells of themselves. Add on to that Bausch & Lomb, IBM, I think, back in the day. I mean, I'm only in my mid-50s, and I moved here when I was about 25. But at the end of the day, all that economy has just taken such a huge hit. Now, a lot of them, you know, a lot of those really smart people started their own companies, and they kept it going, but certainly not the way it was.
No, I mean, I understand
those malls were never really in that trouble.
I'm sorry. I understand where you're coming from. My argument back to that would be Around the Kuwait opened and was in its death rattle within like 6 years. I mean, Tommy, you remember, like by the end of the 90s.
That was the brand new mall.
Yeah, I mean, that opened in the early 90s, and then by 1999, 2000, like things had gotten really,
it was the mall of the
really bad.
future. The future sucks.
And John, no, I think that overestimation of how successful things, even when things are going really good, you don't need a Macy's every 5 miles, John. There's one Macy's is plenty.
Yeah, kind of hard to argue that. I agree with you. It's just so sad to see Rochester. I don't want to say fall apart economically, but it's tough. It really is tough when those big companies just dissolve.
Well, here's the thing, and John,
nothing now.
John, I agree with you. Like, we all remember the heyday growing up here and how great it was, but I don't think that really has much to do with what we're talking here. I think that, I mean, Rochester's economy compared to other Rust Belt cities, your Pittsburghs, your Clevelands, Buffaloes, Syracuse, we recovered the fastest, right? I mean, we're all back on great footing. I mean, you can't buy a house here right now. Everyone's trying to buy them. I think it has more to do with the amount of people that live here and how many of those people are willing to spend money on the exact same thing over and over again.
Yeah, Duffy, I agree with you, right? My call wasn't really about golf. I am a golfer. I'm a fair weather golfer.
Okay.
And Rochester has a huge amount of golf courses. How many of them are shut down? I think, 2 or 3?
Oh, you talk about
so
closed in general.
Definitely the support. Yeah, courses. Like Tommy said, driving by, I would never drive 2.5 hours to go to Topgolf, especially in Florida. I couldn't agree more with Tommy. But even in Rochester, you got a huge amount of just regular golf courses, and man, they're not dying, right? They're still surviving and thriving in many ways.
Well, to
So there's
John's
definitely a huge population.
To John's point, I mean, Kimmy, we talked about when the weather got like freakishly warm in February.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
man.
couldn't
Oh,
find you couldn't find
There
a
are
tea
guys
time.
Here
getting
they
out there
come,
early.
man.
What is that?
The slack asses.
What is the
I'm
slack?
also-
Out there like tramping around in the mud to get their tea time.
I'm also always amazed at how many golfers golf like late into fall. Like they'll be out there after like it snows in the
Oh, yeah.
morning and melts later
Sure.
on. I'm just like, that's passion right there.
Hey, Johnny, great to talk to you. I'm going to do what I can to open up another Macy's for you so you feel better about yourself.
Oh, awesome, man. I'm loving it.
John, take care, bud. There goes John. I don't know. I mean, maybe there is an idea to what John said.
What's that?
That if you grew up here,
Mm-hmm.
maybe what we think we have to spend and the amount of people here is different than what it actually is now.
Oh, all right.
Maybe the tastes of what people enjoyed in the late 80s or into the late 90s is different than what it is
yeah.
now.
It would. Naturally would.
But to John's point, like there are a billion golfers, so maybe maybe I'm just being alarming for no reason. Maybe there are enough golfers to support all these things.
I know a lot of people that have mostly women that have gotten into golf recently. Like they've been taking lessons, like they've been out there on the courses and within like the last few years, it's just really increased.
Here we come, fellas. We're going to ruin it.
Says man who doesn't
I
golf
know.
and dresses like a female golfer.
I'm very Dottie-ish today.
I mean, what is that? Is that jacket from the LPGA collection?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Like I'm last night I'm thinking, like, see this story. I'm like, oh no, it's gonna ruin everything. And I'm thinking of all like the crazes that Rochester has gone through that ended up just falling. The bottom falls out because we had too many. There was like the great cupcake craze. Remember?
Oh, yes, the designer cupcake.
Yes.
Yep, where there was a cupcake place on every
Was that
corner.
like nationwide though, or was
Oh,
that
yeah.
just a Rochester thing?
It was, but now you can't. Now there are no more of those like cupcakeries. Like if we
Yeah.
just had one or two, they would have survived. There was the frozen yogurt craze of like 10 years ago.
Gelato.
Yep. Well, gelato's still around. It's an Italian
Yeah.
community. Right? The go-kart tracks that seem to open up everywhere, and then all of a sudden there's one left. Miniature golf that exploded, and all of a sudden there's like 3 places left. It happens over and over again, and we never learn our lesson. We just need like 2.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, once we hit 2, we're done.
Why doesn't everybody just go bowling?
That's kind of coming back around.
Is it?
After a lull.
Well, no, it's funny. I am sitting on a story from the DNC
About bowling?
that talks about the heyday of bowling in Rochester
And
compared to
this
what it
place
is now.
was insane.
It had the largest bowlers per capita number in America
Yeah.
at one point in Rochester. And the largest Macy's shoppers per capita based solely on the fact that there were 2 Macy's 5 miles apart from each other. All right, let's take a break. There are job hazards. You have to deal
sure.
with. Like, for example, we learned one of our job hazards last week was being forced to stay on the air for 5.5 hours like a lion in a cage and a guy with
Yeah.
a whip. There are several job hazards working as a steward or stewardess on an airplane.
Oh, sure.
This is not one you would think of,
Oh.
but it's happening over and over and over to one specific group of stewards and stewardesses that work on this specific airline. And we'll tell you what's happening next here in the break room on CMF. There's an old saying, Tommy.
What's that?
When you go cheap, eventually you'll pay.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you can apply that to what's happening to employees of one specific airline because they are a budget airline and they do what they can to save money.
Right.
And what they've been doing is now injured dozens of their employees.
Based on their business plan.
Yes.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Over 24 Southwest Airlines flight attendants have been injured this summer by exploding soda cans.
Why are they exploding?
So, Southwest does not have refrigerators. On the plane, on the ground, they do not have refrigerators.
Oh, so they just pour it over ice?
You got it. But they won't fly with anything that needs to be kept cold to save on fuel costs, to save on having to buy the refrigerators, all that stuff. It is a cost-cutting measure, and they pass the savings on to you. However, because of record heat in the Southwest, in their hubs like Vegas, Phoenix, and multiple cities in Texas.
What, the can's only 120 degrees?
Science stuff starts to happen with carbonated
Science
beverages.
stuff.
Yes, when they get up in the air. It's far too complicated.
So they start blowing up.
But they don't just blow up. They blow up when you open them.
Oh.
So they break.
So you're holding it up here, like near you, anyways.
So they break it down like this.
So when they're coming down with the cart, she pulls it out. Yeah, she pops it right there, and oh, God.
So they break it down like this.
What?
The soda is being stored outside of the plane in temperatures over 100 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
The cans don't come down in temperature by the time they get opened in the air. The rapid release of pressure when the tab is pulled inside the plane can cause an explosion with enough force for the aluminum to slice through the hand of the person holding them.
Wait, so they open it up like a grenade?
Yes, one of the flight attendants that was injured had to get stitches.
All right.
The good news.
Yeah, what's the good news?
This hasn't hurt any passengers.
Right.
And Southwest says they have started instituting new policies to keep this from happening.
That's good.
So what is that when you open it, squint your eyes, and go, oh, my God.
It is funny, though. It took 24 of their employees getting hurt to be like, hey, maybe we should change something.
What's
it sounds
weird,
like
though... Oh, God.
It sounds like you can't fix this unless you refrigerate them. Because if they're just sitting there getting hot, it's just going to keep happening.
I mean, I don't know what they're doing. They said
No
they're going to
sodas
change
now?
the policies.
It's weird, though, that they just started happening because they've always had hubs in those, like, desert-like places.
I guess
No,
You
but
know
most
what I
places
mean?
had refrigeration. They went no refrigeration.
No,
But
but they've always
always
gone.
Yeah,
Oh.
but it sounds like they've always had that.
They're
But don't forget, it's like, I think like Vegas was going to be almost 120 degrees.
Yeah.
They've never hit that before.
That's what
Okay.
they're saying. This summer specifically has been extra
It ain't
hot.
your daddy's Vegas, baby.
It is weird, though. Like a 5 or 10 degree difference can make that.
Oh, Sinatra
Yeah.
would have never survived now. He couldn't even have sung those beautiful songs.
Oh, you
that
mean
he's
how he
saying.
talked over the
Yeah.
music that was playing?
Yeah.
I'm talking like this, and you bought my records, you dumbass. Also, you made me a tough guy in movies, the softest guy that ever lived. Look at me. Keep giving me money, dummy. But what's funny about this is cheapness giveth and cheapness taketh away.
Oh, that's a good one, Pat.
Like in this example, it is taketh away, right? But the cheapness of Southwest actually saved their asses on Friday.
Oh, really?
Did you hear this story?
So they don't have any computers?
Kind of. So when everything happened with the CrowdStrike Microsoft thing, you know, we talked about on the air how it grounded every American airline, and we were wrong. Southwest was able to fly. You know why?
They don't play with Microsoft?
They have Microsoft.
Oh.
So everyone that was affected by the CrowdStrike thing was using Windows 10 or newer stuff.
Okay.
Southwest uses Microsoft
Windows
3.1.
9?
Yeah, Windows 3.1.
So they
yes.
use old-ass Microsoft.
They use old-ass Windows. And Microsoft, according to a story over the weekend, has been all over Southwest for years to update their computer
because they
system.
wanted them to buy them.
Exactly. And Southwest was like, no. And they got made fun of for years and years and years for never upgrading.
Who's laughing now?
I mean,
Wow.
it is
Look at that.
right? So, I mean, when it comes to stories over the weekend, yes, you have Southwest stewards and stewardesses getting blown up by soda cans. But you got to keep working when everyone else got shut down.
And your flight was on time.
Exactly. I mean, they would have been, that would have descended literally everything into madness. United is in a whole bunch of trouble right now.
What would they do?
Apparently, they are trying to charge people for rebooking fees
Ooh,
after
not a
what
great
happened
look.
over the
Oh.
weekend.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to get whacked again?
So I'm just seeing initial reports now. At least that's what they tried to do. I don't have the entire story right now, but like the federal government is now getting involved, saying, "Hey, cut it out." We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, I'm a pilot. This doesn't just happen with warm. It also happens with extra cold, so you can't chill the cans down too much or they'll explode as well. Is that true?
Well, yeah, I think if you put like a can of soda in your freezer, it'll just crack. It'll blow up.
No, but I mean like on an airplane.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it more extreme on both sides of the temperature?
Maybe. Who knows?
All right, so then what do? Then you got to keep it at a solid 50 degrees?
Yeah.
Open up your can of soda?
Well, probably 38. 38's like what your refrigerator is.
All right, let me ask you a question.
What?
Let's say you pay for a Jack and Coke.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And the
A
lady,
delicious Jack and Coke.
you're on the plane, right?
Yeah.
And the stewardess, she walks down, she opens up the Jack, pours it in, goes to open the can of soda, boom, things explode. She's cut on her face. Oh my God! Okay. I just gotta go. I gotta go get off my feet for a little while. Flight's coming to an end.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have your drink.
I'm pissed.
Are you asking for a refund?
Did I pay?
Yeah, you paid already.
Well, yeah.
The woman's cut on her face.
You're asking for a refund for your bottle or your can?
Yeah, I mean, if I bought
No, let's say he spent $12 on a Jack and Coke on a
Yeah.
flight,
Oh,
right?
okay. I
And
see what
the
you're saying.
can explodes. Everything is so chaotic. She forgets to pour you your drink.
Yeah.
The flight's about to land. You're walking off. She's got a bandage on her face. I'm okay. Everything's okay. I'll be fine. Do you stop and say, hey, listen, I paid for that drink?
I mean, hey, darling, you owe me $12.
You are such a puss. You would not ask for that money, you
No.
bitch-ass bitch.
I would be
No.
pissed I didn't get my drink.
Would you be upset if your husband asked for a refund?
Yes. I'd be like, no, does that $12 means you're not going to look that woman, especially in the face, and say something.
Her bloody face.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Addiction's tough. I mean, everybody knows that, right? There are some that are more afflicted than others. And some addictions are harder to overcome because they're things you see on a regular basis or things you may have to do on a regular basis. With that being said, the state of New York is touting a program that they've had for a while now that has come up in the news over the weekend. If you have a problem with this specific vice, you yourself can say, do not let me hear anymore.
Oh.
And they will do it for you. But the question becomes, if this was an option for all of our vices, which place would you ban yourself from?
Wow.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The state of New York is giving these folks a chance to regulate themselves.
Oh.
If you know you have an issue and you're aware you cannot stop and you want to stop, you can take this unconventional option. But this move would work for places other than this highly addictive business. So if you could ban yourself from a single place to make your life better,
Yeah.
do you have a spot in your head that you'd choose right now?
I could ban myself.
You are not allowed in ever again.
Self-control.
On your own. Well, no, because you have no self-control. You have to ban yourself from this place.
But that
You
would
have
take
to-
self-control to ban myself from the thing.
No. You would give them a picture of you.
Oh.
And they would ban you
I
on
got
your request. I'm
Keep
sorry.
me out.
You
If
hang
you
it-
see me, do not let me in.
It sounds silly, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. There are folks concerned about gambling addiction.
Yeah.
And between the legal sports books, native casinos, the state opening their own facilities the last 20 years, people in New York have argued there needs to be more guardrails to protect people from themselves. And this weekend, the state touted a measure they've been using for a long time. It's called the casino self-ban. If you are someone who knows they cannot control themselves inside a casino, you are allowed to ban yourself. You get a form from the state. You fill it out. You then take that form to a notary so they know it's actually you sending it in, which, quick sidebar, would be a hilarious prank banning a buddy from a casino
Yes.
without their knowledge.
Right.
Like if I had a twin, because with a notary that would work, I would absolutely do that. Then you send all that in the state with a picture of yourself, and from that point on, you will not be allowed to enter the casino.
Okay, so what's your question?
Okay, so the plan here has obvious flaws.
Yeah.
It only works if that person knows they have a problem and has the foresight to
And they want to go
control
through
this.
all those steps to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's ruining your life.
Gotcha.
But this is something, Tommy, there are thousands of gamblers who've actually done this.
Oh.
And here's the thing.
Okay.
We all have addictions. And we all have places that once we walk in, we know things can get real bad for us real fast when it comes to our physical health, our mental health, our financial stability.
You can't help yourself almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you could ban yourself from one place, a self-ban where that place would say, okay, we will never let you in ever again, where would that place be? And before you knee-jerk reaction,
All right.
I want you to think about it this way. What not being allowed in this place would make you a better, healthier, more well-rounded person. If you could never do this again, where would that place be?
Yeah. Well, I know where it is.
Where is it?
The booze.
So, what's the booze?
The booze is the booze.
The
The
booze
liquor store?
Well, yeah. Let's use that.
Oh, so you
Because
would,
I don't go out much.
well, no, but you wouldn't do that. You would not. I'm asking, what place would you want to ban yourself? You would not want to ban yourself from the liquor store.
Right. Well, then I'm trying to think what else that would be. Well, because that's my problem.
I understand. And
Yeah.
you're aware that it's a problem.
Right.
And you're also aware that if you were banned from entering any liquor store, that problem would go away.
Yeah.
So why don't you do it?
I ain't doing that, man.
Why?
Because I'm going to miss drinking.
Okay. So let's walk through this one more time. You know drinking's bad for you. And you admit you do too much of it.
Oh, yeah.
And it has had a negative effect on several aspects of your life. And it's having negative effects on your health. And in not being able to walk into this place, all of that would be solved immediately.
Right. Done.
And
Done.
you're not going to do it.
I don't think I have the intestinal fortitude, Patrick, to pull it off.
No, but you wouldn't. Like, you would be putting it in the hands of the place that wouldn't let you in
Yeah,
anymore.
but then I don't get it anymore.
Okay.
Wouldn't that drive you nuts?
Yes, but that's why something like this exists for gamblers, right? Like, I know I can't be trusted, so I need you to keep me out, which was what would be happening with the liquor store.
Because I know eventually I'm going to like figure something out to get what I want.
You're also lazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I start drinking, it's all business.
I find it funny that you're such a drunk that in an exercise where you could openly lie if you wanted to,
Yeah.
you didn't
I
even
can't do
consider
it.
for
You still
3
can't.
seconds, like, could I do this?
Because like I don't do a lot, so like that's one of my enjoyments in life.
Yeah, I hear
And
you.
and I'm
No,
like,
I hear you, man. It's got to be hard to live in your wife's house in the most affluent suburb of
Right.
Pittsburgh, smoke cigars on a nice outdoor patio.
What's the longest you've gone? Like, as I know, there was a point
15
where you were
years.
testing yourself. What?
15 years.
Of not drinking?
Yeah. Then I started drinking when I turned 16.
How did you not get that joke? It's the oldest, stupidest joke.
No, I
Because from a distance, he kind of looks like a comedian.
say again. It comes up.
I didn't hear the misdirection.
No, I can't even remember.
Okay.
I mean,
I know. I thought for like a while you were saying how long you could go without it, right? Like you went like
his
a
wife
month or
decided
something.
she wanted to see how long you go without it. And he said he said into a microphone, "Oh, I don't feel any better. I don't. My head's not any clearer." You just didn't want it to be.
Well, it still didn't happen.
Okay, Kimmy.
Yeah.
If you could self-ban yourself from one place to make you a better, healthier person, where would it be?
What do you
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven?
Because there's one right around the corner from my house.
What are you getting there?
All the snacks in the world. I've never gotten anything from 7-Eleven that I actually needed.
Okay.
It was just, hey, let's stop and get some snacks. And then I'll go there and you see a wall full of other things that you don't really need, but they look pretty good at the time.
And you make a good point. So 7-Eleven, that's a good call. That's a good call. If you're in a 7-Eleven buying something you actually need, it's one of the worst nights of your life. If you're buying medicine in a 7-Eleven,
and I have,
as have I,
Neosporin.
After you put the cigar out on that woman's face by accident.
By accident.
When you were drinking?
Well, of course.
Why would you not ban yourself from a liquor store? Says ash-faced woman.
And by the way, yours is weak.
I'm
banning myself
like
from 7-Eleven. You can get snacks anywhere you want.
Yeah, but that's where I go. Like, I won't go somewhere else because that's convenient. You know what I mean?
Wait,
like
the convenience store?
Yes.
Okay.
Like that is why. Like if I have to go to like Wegmans or somewhere, deal with the parking lot, I just won't even go.
All right.
For just snacks.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Coming off the story over the weekend where the state is once again touting their casino ban. You can self-ban yourself from a casino, filling out these forms. If you know that your gambling addiction will not allow you to walk into a casino and be okay, where would you ban yourself? And this is more complicated than we think.
Why is that?
Well, like, for example, a casino exists only for entertainment.
Right.
You don't need a casino for anything else.
No.
Almost every other business serves a necessary purpose. For example, if you are a shopaholic, and you want to be banned from Marshalls, that's great. Can't spend money there anymore. But eventually you're going to need a new pair of pants.
True.
Like with Kimmy's snack thing, right?
You gotta eat.
If you're someone who has a food addiction and you want to ban yourself from the grocery store, you can't because you need to eat.
Right, but that's the same thing with me then.
No.
Because they say you're supposed to get 8 glasses of fluid every day.
I don't think that's how they say it.
Yeah, you're supposed to have 8 cups of fluid.
The only way this self-ban would work, if you were completely independent and on your own with no help from anybody else, is with alcohol, drugs, or the casino.
Yeah, or smokes, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, but what place only sells cigarettes?
No, but it's hard to get
that's
cigarettes
true.
now, so if you only had a few options to get them to begin with, you were banned from that, you would really... if you have one place around like a 7-Eleven and you're banned, you're not driving all the way out to the reservation every week for a pack of smoke.
I don't know.
The packs are really going to get expensive.
Do you think this would work for bars, a self-bar ban?
But again, you go to another
somebody who
bar.
had a problem?
I mean, I guess.
Well, no, I mean,
That would eliminate a lot of regulars for a bar.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, it's not the bar banning them.
Yeah.
It's them banning themselves. Here's the thing about the bar, though. Like, there are several, bar restaurants, right, where there are people that go in and have Diet Cokes and eat a hamburger and just socialize with their friends. And banning yourself from a place like a bar because you can't control alcohol could wipe out your social life completely.
It would tell you because that's where all your friends are.
Right.
But here's the thing. I mean, there are people that do it that won't go to bars anymore because they know the second they see other people drinking, they're going to start to drink. Let me ask you this, and I'll start with Kimmy because I already know your answer again, and we'll get down there. Kimmy, if your husband could ban you from one place, where would he ban you from?
Ooh. I'm trying to think.
Like, do you guys ever get in arguments about you coming home with stuff, you spending time certain places?
No, because we usually go to those places together.
Okay. Where would you ban your husband from?
I don't know.
Oh, this is great.
I'm Kimmy. We're so great. We're the perfect couple. We're insane.
No, I'm just thinking of somewhere where he goes
Jim. He goes to the gym too
regularly
much.
enough to. Yeah, I guess that would be it.
He's a gym
but
rat.
But that also
I
is
gotta
like.
help her out. You married the man.
Well, no, I understand,
No,
but
look
I
how
don't
good
know
he
if I'd
looks over
want
my
to.
shoulder. You want to ruin that?
No.
I don't know if I'd want to ban him from that because that's what If he's in a bad mood, he goes to the gym. He's in a great mood.
You see, that's my liquor argument.
But it's killing you.
It's my gym.
Killing you, Tommy.
It's not killing me.
your
At 65,
gym.
it's not killing me. That's my gym.
I wouldn't want to see what he's like not being able to go to the gym.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well,
Like,
he's
I
out of the
just think
calendar game.
He would be on a calendar.
Right.
That's such a big part of his life. I don't think I could take that away from him.
All right, as Tommy and Nation turns its lonely eyes back to you, where would your wife ban you from?
Oh, the booze.
Okay, liquor store.
Yeah.
But see, here's the problem with
But
that.
she couldn't use it either then, right?
Well,
I mean, you're
but she
kind of
doesn't have a
eliminating
problem.
it. Okay. Well, I know, but she does like to occasionally drink.
No, it kills you when she has like a shot. I'm gonna put what a shot. What did I do for
You
you?
mean like how people normally drink alcohol?
Multiple shots.
Okay. Kimmy makes a good point.
Right.
If you were able to ban your spouse from a place that you think they can't handle,
You
it
can't
gets
do that stuff
complicated.
in front of them.
And, well, I mean, you could, I guess, drink in front of them at home. They just couldn't. It'd be a dick
Yeah.
move. But like, again, everyone listening to the show assumed your wife would ban you from the liquor store. But your wife also enjoys a glass of wine on occasion,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If she bans you from the liquor store, that means she'd never again be able to look at you and be like, "Oh, hey, could you stop and grab this on the ride home?"
Right.
It would make her life a little bit more hard. And would the trade-off of like convenience be worth keeping you around a little bit longer?
Oh.
And I think that that's a question that every person would ask their partner. Like, yeah, your husband likes to smoke, but if I kept him from going to the 7-Eleven to get smokes, well, now he can't stop and get me a gallon of milk on the
Right.
ride home. That's all on
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
It hurts you too.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Linda writes us, going back to the initial casino self-ban we talked about. She says the casino ban doesn't work because you can still gamble on apps on your phone, right? You could never eliminate all the temptation. She is right.
Yeah.
Well, that's brings up another point, though. Would you, when talking about banning something from your significant other's life, what about like social media or something like that? Because I know like that's an addiction for some people to the point where it affects their relationship,
Okay.
their family dynamics.
But again, if you ban your partner from social media, well, I can't share anything I see with you on social media.
Right. And that would be almost impossible.
80% of my wife's and mine's communication now is Instagram reels that we send to
Memes.
each other. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. I barely even see the woman
Yeah,
anymore.
you couldn't do it.
Could you? Could you ban yourself? No, you're the most social
know.
media addicted out of all of us.
I am.
He's looking at his phone right now.
To the point where you share it with us when we're not in this room. It's the
Yeah.
only text we get from you is something you screenshotted on social media.
How about that? I showed you guys a video today. Did it not put a smile on your face?
It did.
That was a great video.
It did.
Yeah. Now, if I was banned, you wouldn't have gotten that great video.
So going back to the who would you ban or where would you ban yourself from, Dave writes us, my dad banned himself from all the bars in Hilton when I was a kid.
Damn. What a booze hound.
Dave goes on, he asked them not to serve him when he became a born-again Christian and then was arrested a few weeks later when he got in a fight with a worker that did exactly what he asked him to do. Is that
A fighting Christian drunk.
in Hilton?
In Hilton.
How many bars are there in Hilton?
There
Probably
are a
not that
few.
many.
No,
Well, I'm saying,
that's-
like, how long would it take you to go to every bar and tell them not to serve you anymore?
I mean, there are a lot more than you think now that I'm thinking about it. They're not all in one central location,
Okay,
but
all right.
spread out.
I can't imagine going to a bar and go, hi, new Christian.
Yeah.
Do not let me in here.
Like, do they have his picture on the wall? Because there's going to be somebody different
Do
working the
not
door
let this
sometimes.
Christian in my bar.
It's a good question. Well, I mean, look, Dave did it. Dave's
right.
dad did it himself, he
All right.
says,
All
right?
right.
He walked in there on his own.
Self-imposed. All right.
But it is an interesting question, you know, with again, this Facebook message from Dave says, my dad banned himself from all the bars in Hilton when I was a kid. He asked him not to serve them when he became a born-again Christian and then was arrested a few weeks later when he got in a fight with a worker who did exactly what he asked him to do. What happens with the state if a person who banned themselves from the casino shows up and tries to get into the casino?
Well, I'm guessing it doesn't hold any legal weight. It's a self-imposed ban.
Oh, no,
But
that's
it's
what I'm
It's
asking.
a contract.
Yeah,
though,
I
right?
can't.
But they filled out a paperwork. They
Yeah.
got it. They filled out paperwork. They got it notarized. Can you Google?
But does that really hold up?
Can they be arrested? Maybe that's the threat.
Oh, I just thought it was like not really legal. Like it wouldn't hold up. Like you could probably just go in there and gamble.
Well, then why would they have the program at all?
Well, like to kind of like scare you off, like to come up to you and say something to you. But can they physically say, "Hey, you banned yourself from here. You got to get out"?
That's what we're trying to figure out here.
That doesn't sound legal.
Well, it sounds like Dave got in a fight.
Okay.
I mean, this was just him asking him
But
not
that's
to
country
do that.
law. Country drinking laws are different than city law.
Out in Hilton.
Yeah, that's country drinking.
Kimmy's on it right now. I know. I feel like we talked to someone like a year and a half ago when we found out about this the first time that had done the self-casino ban.
Okay, so it says you can be arrested for trespassing if you violate the ban.
Wow.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. This is Las Vegas, but it is a self-ban.
Okay. Maybe it's the same rules. I mean, it would make sense if it was all the
Vegas,
same stuff.
baby.
So wait, does every state have this policy?
Maybe so.
It
No
has-
Players Club. Anywhere, Vegas, Tahoe, Atlantic City, get the hell out.
You know, it is weird too, and I mean, look, I get it. I enjoy all the vices as well, right? It is a little bit weird that the state is making a whole bunch of tax money on something where they're like, look, if you can't handle it, we'll arrest you if you tell us to. If you come up here, right? Like, it is a little bit strange.
It's kind of sad.
What, gambling addiction?
No, the self-imposed.
I mean, I
Keep
would
me
give
outta
somebody credit for knowing, you know what I mean, that for taking it upon themselves to try to, I guess, better their life, you know?
Question.
Yeah.
What's sad about it?
Yeah.
Well, because I know the guys that like gave it up, whatever bad stuff they were doing.
Sure.
Like they just went down this weird road that I know you're not doing that, but now you're just doing this. Like you're not really. You're
You mean
just
a healthier replacement?
I think you're just existing where before you were living, baby.
my
But you would have
Wouldn't you
lived.
make the argument the other way around?
What do you
That's
mean?
why they were just existing, doing this thing?
This buddy I got now, man. I mean, it's like he's just waiting around
What do you mean?
to die.
What are you, Towns fans? What are you talking
No,
about?
I have a buddy that he went bad with the booze.
I thought you were making fun of me for a second.
No.
No, you're dying
No,
soon.
I have other busted buddies. He went bad with the booze.
Sure.
And he went to AA, and it's really helping him out. And this is years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He still goes every day,
Yeah.
Okay.
and he doesn't do anything else. He basically goes home, watches TV, and goes to AA meetings. I'm like, but this is all you're doing.
Wouldn't
like,
you argue, though, he's trying to extend his life by
but
doing that?
for what?
Oh, are you? Did you really
To
just
watch
ask
the
that
Braves
question?
game on the West Coast? I mean, I don't get it, man. Like he can't do anything, and I feel bad for him because I don't think that's a healthier choice.
Wait, question.
Being
have a question.
Camino has a
a
question.
dry hermit.
Dry hermit.
That's what he is.
Okay, what's the difference between sitting at home and watching TV without booze versus sitting at home and
No.
watching hours of TV with booze?
How about going out?
No,
Which
but
is
you
what
don't go
you
out.
do.
No, he was going out.
But you don't. And you're describing just existing, and what you described him doing is what you do, just with alcohol. in
Right,
your
it's
head.
way more fun.
What are you talking about? By the way, you said he's sad. He looks at you as sad. You know that, right?
Oh, I know he does. And the reason we don't hang out with each other anymore is because of the alcohol.
And what you said, again, you've said it to the mic. The second he stopped drinking, you said, I don't want to not drink, so I can't hang out with him.
Yeah,
Who's got the issue?
I think he does.
Yeah, it's probably him. You're literally
think it's
scratching
him.
right now. You're literally itching thinking about alcohol.
Well, at least I'm not sitting on a folding chair telling how my life sucks.
No, you sit in a recliner and do that.
Yeah, way nicer.
Let's take a break. Tommy, there are some situations where all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's your life or it's over. You got to do this to save your own life.
Oh, God.
Now, this is not an attack situation. It happened on Lake Ontario, and I'm going to tell you up front, everybody is safe, thank God.
Oh, Blake was angry, my friend.
It was.
Oh.
But it's what these men did, which is so impressive because this is one of those skills where you don't use it often. You think you know how to do it.
Okay.
But if push came to shove, are you sure to save your own life, you could accomplish what these guys did? And we'll get into it next here in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. It's impossible to know if you could succeed in what these two desperate men had to do.
Oh.
Because this is something most folks never do. And I mean, maybe you know how to do this, but you've never in your life had to do it for this long and go this far. And these two men are alive this morning because they took a chance, Tommy, that could end up with more than half of our audience dead.
Really?
Dead. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. You are someone who thinks food fusion is ruining this country.
It's too much, bro.
Too much. It's always too much. I am going to introduce you to the newest item on the menu at Kansas City Royals games.
Man, how fat are they going to get in the Midwest? Because that's one fat-ass town.
Yeah, I was just there last year. It was a lot bigger.
Bro, everybody we know that was born and bred there, fat ass.
Out there in Kansas City?
Yeah.
Okay, again, our corporate boss is out of Kansas
He
City.
ain't from Kansas City.
Oh, good point. You're right.
Transplant.
You're right.
That ass says transplant.
Checking out his ass for you last time.
Hey, he had a nice clipper.
It's not even the fact you said clipper that bothers me.
Really?
He probably does have a nice ass. Clipper really gives me a chill down my spine. Ugh. We'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, this story happened last weekend, but we just found out about it on Friday night.
What happened?
Authorities say two men were fishing on Lake Ontario when their boat started taking on water.
Oh.
After a while, the pair themselves ended up in the water.
Oh, God.
And it sounds like there was no one around because these two men decided to try and swim to shore. A shore that was 5 miles away.
Wait, they were 5
Man,
miles
they were
offshore?
out there.
5 miles away, according to
Holy
the story.
crap.
Now-
So, I'm wondering if you can even see the shore at
Yeah.
5 miles.
You can't even see the woman selling seashells by the seashore.
No, nothing.
I can't believe I pulled that off.
That's very good. I wouldn't even know what because once you start to sink, you probably
Yeah.
lose your direction.
Right.
Like, I don't even know which way to go.
Well, you've got to be able to see the shore from 5 miles away. On clear days, you can see
Bro,
Toronto.
if it's flat
Yeah.
and you're in the water, you're not seeing the shore.
You don't think so?
No, because you got to be up
5 miles. Yeah.
5 miles flat. You're still not unless you could see the downtown at a distance.
Hey, well, it ain't no downtown because I'll tell you what happened.
What happened?
It's a happy ending.
Yeah.
The pair eventually made it to Knapp Shores in Kendall.
Wait, so they swam the 5 miles?
That's what it is. Now, authorities say it took them 5 hours to get there.
Well, these guys are in great
Wow.
shape.
Okay,
Yeah.
now here's the thing.
Because
Here's,
you
That's
gotta
a long time.
here's the thing. Hold on. People are going to get mad because there is a little detail I have to share with you.
All right.
The pair did have life vests.
And that's harder to swim.
I would think it's harder to like
'Cause
actually
You're working
go in a
against
direction.
yourself.
Yeah.
And so,
Is that you swimming?
Yeah.
Were you just doing swimming? You drowned and you're not even
I
in
was a pretty
water.
good swimmer when I was
No,
a
I can
kid.
tell based on your moves.
I was pretty.
You look like Frankenswim.
No, but like that is
yeah,
way
you can't
harder.
really move your body as easily.
You're using way more energy. Those guys are. That's got to be a goddamn
Think of just like
record.
treading water for 5 hours, let alone actually trying to swim.
Well,
That's
you
like some
wouldn't have to tread in
Navy
the-
SEAL crap. Like they throw you out in the ocean, go
Yeah.
swim back.
No, I know you wouldn't have to tread. I'm saying like think of yourself just staying in one place treading water.
It's almost
would
impossible.
be that
I'm with you.
that difficult.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wow.
So these two guys, again, according to police, when their boat sank, swam 5 miles to shore with life vests on. It took them 5 hours to do it, and they ended up at Kendall. What was it?
Kendall?
Kendall,
Something
somewhere in Kendall.
shores.
Knapp Shores
Yeah.
in Kendall.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. How far could you swim before you decided it was all over?
I mean, open water swim. I don't know how rough it was out there.
Well, I mean,
That
the
would
boat went
also
down.
add to it.
It's
Yeah.
also cold.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, even if they say the water temperature is 70 degrees,
Yeah.
you're try just sitting in that water for that long.
How long could you be in the water before, like, could you get hypothermia in 70-degree weather? Or in 70-degree water?
Well, yeah, because your body's losing heat.
Okay, but they're moving,
Your body's
right?
90. Yeah, well, if you're moving, yeah, but eventually that's got to catch up with you.
How long can you spend in 70-degree water before you it starts to get dangerous? Okay,
And then you're fighting jellyfish, sharks, barracuda.
yeah, in Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
When's the last time, Tommy, you swam for distance?
When I was a kid.
So
And
you
it was
haven't
like
done
school.
it in...
I would say military school. I was like 12, 13.
All right, so 50 years.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't swam for distance in 50 years.
Like distance? No. But like you had to do, when I was in military school, you had to do laps. They had like an Olympic sized pool and you had to do laps.
Okay.
And I don't remember how many it was.
Kimmy,
But no, I was like a skinny kid from Florida.
Kimmy, when was the last time you swam for distance?
For distance, I don't know if I've ever tried to swim for distance, and in like a lake or ocean. I've tried it in the pool, and I'm not a good swimmer, put it that way.
All right. All the swim heads are now trying to get in here. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I'm interested to see when we get these folks on the phone if they are commending these two guys for what they did or if it's going to be, well, you did that's impressive.
When's the last time you're Irish? You can't swim.
I can swim.
Bro, no Irishman can swim.
What are you talking about?
We saw the Titanic. Not impressive.
I'm a good swimmer.
Yeah, to the bottom, yes. You guys are great at like getting down where the rocks are.
I am a good swimmer.
You can't. Your family cannot swim.
Well, no,
your dad a good swimmer?
Ryan? Actually, now that I'm thinking, well, Ryan's buoyant. I don't think I've ever seen my dad like swim.
Yeah.
I've never swam for distance in my life.
Yeah.
Like
they didn't make you do it. Well, I guess you wouldn't do it.
Okay, tell you a story. Actually, I take that back. So there was this charity called Laps for Life. It was like through the American Heart Society, and you would ask people to sponsor you like 10 cents a lap in the pool.
Okay,
right. And now I think I was in elementary school, so we get out there and we start swimming, whatever, we're doing our thing, and everyone's starting to finish up. I think you do like 30, 40 laps, whatever.
Yeah.
They stopped me with like 5 laps to go, and they're like, you know what, the bus is coming, so you can just get out.
Screw this charity.
Also, I couldn't find my bathing suit, so I wore tighty whities and gym shorts. And the tighty whities shrunk in the pool. While I was in there. I don't know how that happened.
Wait, that's more weight.
Yeah. So the answer is, but I was also I'm a lot more fit now, so maybe.
Yeah, but
you
haven't swam in a long time.
Yeah, but it's probably
now you
fine.
got that heart button on.
Well, yeah, if something goes wrong, I'll just press my button. As Kimmy so eloquently put it this morning, kids got a button. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Christine. Hey, Christine, how are you? You're on CMF.
Hi.
Hey.
I don't know if you said this already, but I heard that one of the swimmers had a toddler life jacket to help him, and the other one had a cooler.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Top.
I didn't see that as part of the story, Christine.
Yeah, I heard that. Just want to let everybody know.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Man, the hardest part would have been fitting in that toddler life vest.
Yeah.
252-WCMF again. We're talking about this story happened out on Lake Ontario. Kendall is east of us, right?
Kendall is
No, it's west.
West of us, okay.
Yeah.
I can never tell with those tiny places.
It's
Anyway,
past Hamlin.
Thank you, which doesn't exist. These two guys are out in a boat. Boat goes down in the middle of the lake. They are 5 miles from shore. The two men, according to police, swam 5 miles to the shores of Kendall. It took them 5 hours. Tommy is very impressed by this. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Danny boy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, so just to put this in perspective, there was a guy that used to play for the Dolphins. I think he was a fullback. And he was 7 miles off of
Webster's own Rob Conrad, Dan.
Yes, yeah. So he made it 7 miles in from shore. And now, anytime some fat kid gets eaten by a shark, he drinks champagne.
It was started so nice, Dan.
And you know that story's got some suspicion to it.
Dan, thanks a lot. No, you decided it had suspicion.
there
Nobody else has said suspicion.
They said it was impossible.
Nobody said that. You said
claimed
that.
to do.
The guy is a professional athlete.
I understand that, but not at that.
Okay, every time
a golfer's a professional athlete doesn't mean you're going to believe his swim story.
Okay.
We know another athlete that claimed he was in a plane accident and got to shore.
Oh, who is
and we
that,
found
Tommy?
out that was crap. That water was up to his ankles.
Who's that? Who are we talking
Yeah,
about?
who are you talking about?
Your boy.
Who's my boy?
Who's your boy?
Oh, what, you afraid to say it?
Your top boy.
You afraid they're coming for you?
Mr. Jim Hall of Fame Kelly. And even a pilot said, didn't quite go that way.
Well, a man is a Hall of Famer in football. He's a Hall of Fame storyteller. You're going to held that against him? Look, man, I think that you are underestimating in a life or death situation what the human body is capable of, especially if it's already been trained. So I do believe Rob Conrad when he swam that 7 miles.
All right. I mean, just think
You don't believe JFK? That famous story?
Oh, PT 109?
Yes. Could you explain to the audience real quick what he
So
claimed?
PT 109 was he was in a PT boat in the Pacific on patrol, and a Japanese destroyer literally in the middle of the night cut it in half. And they claimed that JFK took over the leadership, and one of the guys was injured. He literally tethered him to a rope and swam, I forget what ridiculous amount of miles, in the ocean.
While wearing a toddler's life vest.
Yes. And smoking a cigar with Marilyn Monroe. And in the middle of the night, they found this island. And I think that story is complete crap.
Okay, so hasn't he suffered enough, JFK, for God's sake?
No.
No?
Yeah, dig him up. Yeah, that story is so made up.
Okay, all right.
Like he wrote a book.
Yeah.
And he didn't write that book either, man.
For God's sakes, man.
You asked me. I like you bring it up, and then I give you my honest
No,
opinion.
I say for God's sakes, you're an idiot. That's what I.
We just asked you to explain the story, not your opinion.
No, he brought up JFK. I didn't bring up JFK.
With my JFK. With my JFK. He's pointing at me right now.
By the way, I like JFK.
Do your job. Oh no, I saw you.
I like making fun of him.
It sounds like you like JFK. Can't swim, can't write, illiterate.
He was, man. Kenny's one of the biggest. Bro, he was a terrible writer. He was a terrible speller. He paid his way through Harvard.
You mean like everybody?
No.
Bro, who has graduated from Harvard with a legitimate degree?
The Bushes. All of them. Even the one I forget.
252 WCMF. Let's get back to this whole swimming 5 miles to get to the shore thing. Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
So there's a quick calculation that you can do, and I figured these guys' heads were maybe about 1 foot above the water.
Okay.
So they should only be able to see about 1.2 miles at that point.
Oh.
So I don't know what kind of bearings they had, or whatever you want to call it, but man, did they luck out?
Yeah.
Because imagine that your head is basically at eye level with the water. You can't see a damn thing. I don't know if you can see a very, very tall building from where they were, but man, these guys lucked out pretty well.
Hey, Jeremy, when's the last time you swam for distance, buddy?
My fat ass in a pool, maybe a couple laps. It's been a very, very long time. Not since I was a teenager.
Okay. So, I mean, it does sound like, to your point, Jeremy, like the fact that they were able to figure out where they were or they got lucky, the fact that they were able to make that swim, these do sound like they're seasoned boatsmen. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because you were even able to get away. I mean, getting away from the boat while it's sinking is also a pretty good accomplishment without hurting yourself.
Yeah,
you know
but they
what I mean?
also had a sinking boat, so don't give these guys too much credit for being seasoned
Okay,
boatmen.
look, I started you down the JFK, and now these guys suck too. Like, one
you may
person
want to
sucks.
check out your boat before you head out 5 miles into the ocean.
For God's sakes, man.
You can also make the assumption based on where the sun is, right? Because the sun goes east to west. You then know where north and south is. So you figure, well, I'm not going to swim north because it's way too far that way.
Okay.
So I'm going to swim south and maybe wind up somewhere. I don't know. Kudos to these guys. They sure did it. And I don't know who stole my line earlier, but yeah, stick it where. Bye, Dick.
Real quick, you had asked when like hypothermia kicks in.
Yeah, 70 degrees.
Yeah, so if the water temperature is between 60 to 70 degrees, you have about 2 to 7 hours before exhaustion or unconsciousness. But then it says the expected time of survival could be between 2 to 40 hours.
Okay, that's a wide.
Wait, 2 to 40
yes,
hours?
That is
Anywhere
a
in there.
giant
That's
gap
a big
of time.
window.
Anywhere
But that could also depend on age and health. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I do wonder too. Like, if your boat's under, I guess I'll have to ask you this because you know this. If your boat goes under, like these guys' boats went under.
Yeah.
Right. If there's no one else around, how do you tell anyone or signal for help?
You can't.
So there's nothing. Your cell phone wouldn't work, right?
Your cell phone's dead unless you had a radio on board the boat.
Is that like a beacon that'll go off if it's
It's
underwater?
it's like a ship-to-shore radio. It's like you
no,
can
I
call
mean
it.
like now it's underwater.
I don't know.
Can I use a flare gun? Are flare guns legal?
Yeah, but you'd
I
have to
think-
get it and get it off in
Yeah,
time.
I understand
yeah.
how flare guns work.
And by the way, if you're 5 miles out, and did they say what time of day it was?
No.
I mean,
yeah, we don't know if this was in the
Twilight-
morning or.
No, there were no vampires.
Because they would help. Swoop right in and grab you.
I don't think vampires. Do vampires fly?
Well, they're
Yes,
bats, right?
they're bats.
Oh, good. You're right. I was doing the
Do
Twilight.
do vampires
I was doing
fly?
Twilight vampires. Those are not bats.
No,
They're just-
those handsome boys flew. How'd you think they got to prom with no car?
So I can legally have a flare gun on a boat?
Yeah,
In New York State?
I think so.
Okay,
do
don't
you-
say yeah.
No,
I
Well,
think
no, I
so.
mean it's a
Okay.
rescue.
Yeah,
thing.
is it part
My
of
old
like
man had 'em.
a rescue kit you probably keep
I don't
on
know.
board?
You say your old man had him in Florida. Everything's legal in Florida.
Yeah, his had a scope.
How come we never hear any stories about? How come we never hear any stories about flares going up? People having boat trouble. In New York?
Maybe it's like the last thing you think to grab
yeah.
when you're
I don't know.
abandoning
if I'm
ship. I don't
sinking,
know.
I think that would be a good.
Yeah.
Plus, I get to fire the flare gun. That looks like fun.
Look cool in the Titanic.
Let's take one more call. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about these dudes out on Lake Ontario swimming to Kendall when they were 5 miles offshore and their boat went down. 5 hours. Authorities say it took them, but it sounds like they're safe. According to one caller, the life preservers, it said, that were in this story, one was a toddler's life vest, and the other was a floating cooler seat cushion.
Yeah.
Barbara's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Barbara, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. I would like to see the man who claims he could run a marathon without any training. I'd like to see Terrible Time Timmy. I bet you he couldn't make it 2 lengths of an Olympic-sized pool.
Well, here's why. Any breeze would cause a wake that would push him backwards.
Yeah, way off course.
Yeah.
You're not going to ask me about my distance?
Hey, Barbara.
Ask me about my swimming
He's
skills.
wearing a pit right now. Would you like to ask me about my distance? Barbara, how far do you think you could go in open water, buddy?
I think the last time I swam for distance was at conception when I was sperm. That's about it.
Okay, you had me ask that question for that lame. I hate everybody. I hate everybody right now. Teddy's coming in rough. Another dick call him a second ago, and Barbara, let's take a break. You're gonna lose your mind because even when you think I'm done, I'm not gonna be done.
Okay.
It's a food fusion we've never seen before, and
This
Kimmy,
is-
Who's serving
I
it?
mean, it's pretty rare that ballpark food can surprise me.
yeah, I'll tell you where you can get it.
All right.
And look, if this is successful, you know that ballparks love to copy each other.
Oh, yeah.
Buckle up. Next, here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, brace yourself.
Whatever.
Because when you think it's over, we've only just begun.
Okay.
And it's a food that, this is one of those foods that if you were going to eat it, you'd have to like block out 3 days.
Wait, so it's not an actual food?
Oh, no, it's an actual food that's being sold.
All right.
It's just a lot of actual foods, all now one actual food.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock, there used to be a pace and an expectation of kids growing up.
Yeah.
Getting out of the house, finding a job, and supporting themselves. But over the last couple of years, that has changed.
Oh, yeah, the natural order has flipped.
And there are people who blame kids being lazy these days. There are folks who take a look at the economic situation in the world and say that has a factor into it. But whatever it is, we now have to alter our expectations. And to you parents and to the kids that are 18 to 23, 24, 25, what is the expectation now?
Okay.
We'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
Allow me to introduce you to the Taste of K Taco, which is available at Kauffman Stadium, home of Major League Baseball's Kansas City Royals.
What is it called?
It's called the Taste of K, like strikeout Kansas City.
But it's a taco?
Well, it's kind of.
Okay.
You ready?
What?
It starts with a charred hot dog.
Wait, you just said taco.
Uh-huh.
So a charred hot dog.
Starts with a charred hot dog.
All right.
They take that hot dog and they wrap that in a cheeseburger quesadilla.
So it's a hot basically wrapped in a cheeseburger.
Nope.
That's also got a coating of quesadilla.
Cheeseburger
Coating
quesadilla.
a quesadilla.
Cheeseburger quesadilla. So charred hot dog wrapped in a cheeseburger quesadilla. Then you take that and you top the charred hot dog wrapped in the cheeseburger quesadilla with barbecued brisket.
Wait, there's a holy crap! How do you eat it?
Then you add French fries.
Yeah.
Then you add shredded romaine lettuce to get your veggies in and make it healthy. Then you add pickled red onion.
Why?
Sriracha Cracker Jacks.
What is that?
Cracker Jacks with sriracha.
So that's
even
a
know that was a
sweet
thing.
and hot Cracker Jack?
I guess.
Sweet hot.
This sounds nauseating.
Oh, I'm not done.
It
And
sounds
then-
like something you would find at the bottom of a trash
Shut
can.
up, bitch. And then you, on top of that, you put barbecue sauce all over that.
Yeah.
And then everything I just named
Where you wrapping it in?
goes into one giant ass soft taco shell. And
This
you
is
now
disgusting.
have. Shut up, you're disgusting. Open your mind.
Shut up,
Free
you're
your
dis-
mind and eat the taco.
You can't even taste it. Like it's so much gooky crap in there. You
Gooky
can't
crap.
you can't enjoy
No, it's
one
all-
of those things because you can't taste it because you've got so much crap in there. You throw candy in there. Hot candy.
Hot candy
Coming through.
And I would argue Cracker Jacks are not. They're not candy.
Cracker Jack is candy.
No,
It's-
Cracker Jack is like kettle corn.
That's candy.
No, it is not
It's
candy. It's popcorn.
sugar-coated
you
popcorn.
are not. No, Cracker Jacks.
It's
put
sold
it up
in
on
the candy
poll.
aisle.
Put it up on the poll at
Okay.
WCMF Break Room. Is Cracker Jacks candy? It's not candy. You're an idiot.
Rot your teeth, it's candy.
Shut up. Your mom rot my teeth. She ain't candy. Although she's very sweet.
By the way, your butt is in trouble. And I mean your actual rectum. Your bowels. I'm gonna be serious here for a minute. Okay?
Guys, we had a lot of fun with the whole taco
yeah, but
conversation.
y'all want to jackass around. You want to go over to Mace and enjoy all this cockamamie food.
Sure.
You've got to push it too far, and the human bowels are not designed to take in that much flavor and food in one sitting.
You have no idea what you're talking
That
about.
thing's gonna jackknife in your ass, and you're gonna die.
Got a taco, taste of K taco jackknife in my bowels.
In your bowels, and you're gonna die. Somebody's gonna die from this.
So here's the thing. I'm looking at a picture of
How
it.
much does it weigh? It's
It
got to weigh
looks
10
amazing.
Is it
pounds.
made to share? Although I don't know how you'd share that.
How do you share a taco?
Why did you ask every guy that ever met your mom? By the way, they're only selling it in the cheap seats. I'm not making that up. It's at a sports bar in the right field stands.
Okay. So how much?
It doesn't say.
How big?
Does not say. I'm looking at a picture of it. I don't have a weight or anything.
But
like
you can
that.
kind of tell. Is it bigger than that Mighty Taco 5-pound burrito?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell because there's like everything's on it. It's hard to, like, you know
It's
what I
got to
mean?
look like a baby wrapped in a blanket.
So when you go to bed, 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the Taste of K Taco at Kauffman Stadium, home of the Kansas City Royals baseball team. This is a charred hot dog wrapped in a cheeseburger quesadilla, topped with barbecued brisket, French fries, shredded romaine, pickled red onion, sriracha Cracker Jacks, and barbecue sauce. And then that is wrapped in a soft taco. I kind of want to try the sriracha Cracker Jacks now. That sounds
terrible.
Yeah, there are certain things in there that I find interesting. I just don't know how altogether you're kind of missing out on maybe what some of them taste like.
Yeah,
like
it's too
have you ever
convoluted.
put barbecue sauce on a hot dog? Is that a thing?
No, but I mean, like if you took a White Hot and threw barbecue sauce on, I think that would work. So, and by the way, like it depends on the barbecue sauce because this is called 816 sauce, which I'm assuming is the area code for Kansas City, right? If it's like a local like barbecue sauce, yeah, I'll give that a shot. I mean, it's Kansas City barbecue sauce.
It's a bloody frickin' hot dog.
What are you, British now?
Goddamn. It's got to look disgusting.
It looks. No, I'm going to tell you.
I mean, it looks delicious. No. If you see a picture
delicious.
of it, you're like, damn. Like that's. I mean, it looks attractive.
And like, here's what you're not considering about Kansas City as a man who was just recently there. Right.
Oh, now you're one trip. You're Mr. Kansas
Well,
City.
he knows more than me.
First of all, I've been to Kansas City multiple times. I'm just saying, most recently.
Yeah.
We most recently been to Kansas City.
No. So what about it?
It's a fantastic food city.
It's a great barbecue city.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's about it.
No, what I mean is when you have unbelievably good barbecue all over the place.
Don't put it on everything, man. Don't be sticking it in your Cracker Jacks and on your hot dogs.
You have to do something to stand out, and this stands out.
And by the way, they have phenomenal brisket there. You ruined it with this thing.
Oh my God! It's just a piece of the cacophony of taco.
God, you don't understand, man.
By the way, so this is part of the company Aramark. You're familiar with them? They run like
concessions
for a bunch of professional stadiums. It's part of like a whole thing they're doing, limited time menu at stadiums across the country. For example, if you go to Minute Maid Park, is that in Miami?
I think that's Tampa.
Tampa, yeah, thank you. You can have the Cajun etouffee nachos. It's kettle chips with shrimp, sausage, etouffee, shredded cheese, green onions, Cajun seasoning. That sounds delicious.
Minute Maid Park is Houston.
That's what I said. Also, Tropicana.
Shut
the other
up.
one. I get my juices confused.
Did you see the Polar Pasta? They're selling it Coors Field in Colorado.
So it's polar pasta. It's cold spaghetti.
It looks like spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah.
It's actually vanilla ice cream that's squeezed out of like a Play-Doh
I've seen
machine.
them make stuff like this. Yeah.
And donut holes
That's amazing.
for meatballs, and then it's strawberry syrup to make it
Damn.
look like sauce.
This is really ice cream.
Yes, you idiot.
I thought, listen, with your generation, I'm surprised you're not putting the Italian food with the ice cream and serving it up.
Ice cream on top of noodles.
You don't think that's coming?
Noodles and cream?
You're going to get ice cream pizza. That's what you're going to get next. You're going to get pizza, then they're going to
that
put
probably
Dairy
already
Queen all over
exists.
it.
Dairy Queen.
They're going to be squirting a whipped cream all over your balls, your meatballs. Your delicious meatballs.
Shut up.
Have cream all over them.
Shut up.
Enjoy that.
No, look, if somebody...
Play ball.
If this taco was available, as gross as like the idea of putting
Bro,
all
that's
of that
like
together.
7 of your cheat days. You eat one of those, you can't cheat for the entire summer. You got to do one taco.
I want to know whose job it is to come up with.
Well, you know who it is. He comes in here once a week.
No, he has professional
No, Mace
chefs.
comes in here with his jackass over-the-top menu of pushing food too far.
Look, it's. I mean, all of these things. It sounds like they're just putting random things together. These are curated
No, somebody
by
said that.
Curated. Do
Those
you think some
Cracker
chef
Jacks
came
go
up
with
with that
this for
slop?
some reason. Yeah.
There's a whole science behind
There
things.
ain't no science to throwing 7 things in a taco and serving it to you. What, do you think they went to Paris to learn that crap?
No, it's true. It's true.
Ooh,
There
it's
is
true.
How about how different tastes?
Thank you.
Balance.
Textures.
Yeah.
And there's the old
Textures,
man
man.
wave. There it is.
Yeah, 5-star chef over there squirting everything he can find in the refrigerator on a taco.
It's harder than you think. It's harder than you think
No,
to
it
make
ain't.
work.
It's easy.
You do it then. Come up with something.
I could stuff a taco.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Did one last night. They said it was delicious.
Really? Where was that?
Yeah. It was at your mom's house. And then I called Goodyear.
Let's take a break. The expectations have changed.
What happened?
Now, why the expectations have changed is still up for debate. But the fact of the matter is, you cannot expect a young man or young woman between the ages of 18 and 25 to be doing the same things that kid was 20 years ago.
Okay.
Right? When it comes to getting out and starting their own life. And I asked this question with a surprising new study sitting in front of us here. Parents of kids that age and kids yourself,
Yeah.
between 18 and 25. What is the getting out on your own expectation now?
Right now.
Right now. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There used to be an ebb and flow of growing up and moving out in this country.
A natural order of things.
Yeah, kid graduated high school. They had 2 lanes to go, Tommy. You go into the workforce at 18 or you went off to college. But both of those routes had you moving out of the house by, at minimum, your early 20s.
Yeah, getting on your feet.
Yeah. It's not that way anymore.
No.
And some numbers we have in front of us may now have parents and young adults trying to figure out what the new reality is of paying for the kid you thought would be financially independent. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Bank of America has put out a surprising new study.
What are they saying?
You ready for this? Almost 1/2 of Gen Z, that is kids between the ages of 18 and 27, are financially dependent on their extended family.
So they're being supported.
Yes, parents
Okay.
mostly. It says financially dependent. So that includes things ranging from actually living at home to having their bills subsidized to parents or grandparents giving them down payments for where they're living to helping them with their mortgage or their rent. The bottom line is this. Right now, almost 1/2 of high school grads to folks in their late 20s in America cannot survive without mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, whoever's cutting them a check. And Tommy, it wasn't all that long ago that a 25 to 27-year-old still living with mom and dad or getting money from mommy and daddy, that person was looked at as a loser. But there is a legitimate argument to be made that right now, it is not that people's fault, those people's fault. Cost of living is high. Entry-level jobs are paying lower than they have for past generations. And even finding a place to live if you have the money can be impossible. So it creates a situation.
Right.
Today, right now, what is the realistic expectations of parents and 20-somethings when it comes to them being out of the house and free from mom and dad? And I ask parents of Gen Zers that are listening, and I also ask you Zoomers out there, at what point in your life do you think you can realistically be free of mom and dad's cash and live completely independently? Tommy, in your head, you see a kid as a loser right now if they're still living with their parents at...
Well, if you're 30 and still at home, Jesus
Well, you really
Christ.
give them that much?
Well, I don't know, because you're saying 25 they can't do it.
Well, no. Here's the statistic. I'll give it to you right now. 1/2 of Gen Z, so that's anywhere between 18 and 27, say they are financially dependent.
So all the way to 27, you're still being subsidized.
1/2.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be heavy on the 18 and just a few on the 27.
Yeah,
I mean, that's how numbers work.
Right.
So you're saying 30. So a 29-year-old man living at home with his mom and dad is not sad.
Bro,
to you.
you're sad.
Okay, so then that's at the age. 28-year-old man living at home. Is that not sad to you?
Yeah.
Okay, 25-year-old man living at home?
25, you're border. You're on the border.
So then 26 is your answer.
Yeah.
I love how I have to use your brain.
Well,
I have to walk you through your brain.
Sometimes you throw stuff at me. I got to think for a minute.
Okay, well then you...
And by the way, I thought like all these businesses, everybody's looking for people.
Doesn't mean
coming
they're
up
not,
short.
Doesn't mean these people are unemployed.
And we also know they're paying more.
No.
Because, yes, they are. Because we saw bonuses going out. They ain't got nobody. They'll train you.
Yeah.
These businesses are bend over backwards to get you in.
No, but when you compare that to what you, me...
I understand.
No, you don't. Listen
but there's
to what I'm
opportunity
saying.
out there. You know what the problem is? And I hear it in the hallways here.
What's that?
People don't want to work anymore. Can't find a good man under 50.
If you compare adjusted for inflation and what things cost now, right, everything, what kids are making 18 to 25, 26, 27 is not what you, me, everybody listening,
But here's the other
35.
I also, it's not... We're also assuming that these people have lived at home that whole time. It's possible they went off and tried something, lost money or couldn't find a roommate or broke up, had a relationship, so a partner who was helping pay rent that they broke up and they had nowhere else to go. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, it's not even necessarily that these people have been living at home the whole time. It's just now they're in a place where they're stuck there.
And Kimmy brings up a great point. Like, parents of kids growing up today may also have to always keep the door open in case of hiccups, like a 20-something losing their job, like you're living with a roommate or someone romantic and that relationship ends, like the landlord jacks up the rent when your lease is up, which a ton of people got slapped in the face with that reality last year.
Hold on.
What?
Do you think, too, you make it too nice at home? Because there's no way I wanted to live with my parents. And I know you were the same way.
But when you don't have a choice.
You got out of that house as soon as you could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's no way you were going back in there.
No.
And you made it. You had no money. You drove garbage, you dated garbage, and you lived in garbage. And you stuck it out. I'm giving you a compliment here, man.
That's
like you,
but
you toughed it out. Like I get it. When you're 18, you're not going to get a pile of money and a nice
wait,
ride.
I have a question though.
Because you're saying, do you hear yourself right now? You damn kids that want everything they don't want to work for it.
But you're saying he lived in garbage. Guess what that garbage that he lived in costs now?
I mean, she's right.
You can live in some crappy places and still pay a pretty decent amount of rent.
But you were subsidized. You found a girlfriend that was willing to help you out, right? I mean, but wasn't that
stole from?
Wasn't that better than being at home?
Okay.
Yes.
There's a lot of questions being thrown in here. I will start with this. When it comes to our personal circumstances, I don't think making your kid a psychopath the way you raise them is a good way to ensure that at 18 they move out of the house. I'm going to go ahead and say, don't do that. Don't do that.
But you got through it. You got through it.
No, look at me. Look at me. The
Every
kid's
day I look
got
at
a button, according to Kimmy.
Don't blame your parents for that. Well, I guess you kidding.
Where else would it come from?
No,
I mean, look. Yeah.
Look, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. But you can do it.
Okay, so
it's America, baby.
To Kimmy's point about what things cost, 20 years ago.
Oh, it's because the prices are crazy.
I was able to afford an apartment with two other guys off of Winton, nice part of the city. It was a great neighborhood. It was a bunch of homes. Bro, I paid like $250 a month.
Yeah.
$250 a month splitting rent. Where could you even add?
I saw the rent for an old apartment I had. It was just like a 1-bedroom, tiny little kitchen apartment in part of a house on Park Ave. I can't afford that apartment now.
Right now?
Yes.
As a grown-ass,
doubled
old-ass
from what I paid like 6 years ago.
So who's moving into these places? The rents are so high.
Older people. Because
there's some old dude living in a little apartment?
Yeah, that's why when you always bring up like Park Ave and the kids hanging out, no, it ain't the kids anymore, man. Those are
It's like me.
Those are, well, I don't know.
A guy like my age.
Well, you can't afford it either, but like I'm talking like 30-something professionals. Like it ain't the drinkers anymore living in these small places. These are folks putting on shirts and ties and going to work.
Right.
I mean, that's how this stuff works now. Unless I'm wrong, 252 WCMF. We got folks writing us on Instagram. Brandon writes us. We were asking what the expectation is now for your 18 to 27-year-old, the Zoomer, as they like to call them. And because this study from Bank of America says that almost one half of Gen Z, which would be between 18 and 27, are financially dependent on mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, someone.
So they're busted.
Brandon writes.
Brandon. Okay, Brandon.
I'm 24. I moved out at 19 for a job right before COVID. I moved back home during the pandemic, and I'm currently living at home. I would move out, but my parents are asking for a lower rent than any other apartments. Tell Tommy I work 40 hours before he yells at me for not working. That's the way he wrote it. Thoughts?
But his parents are charging him low rent. I guess.
I mean, his parents are still charging him rent.
Yeah, but that could be, chump change too.
What's chump change?
Yeah, what if they charge him $50 a week?
Okay, that's $200 a month, which is what I was paying. I just told you to live as an independent human being. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Fill in the blank. In your head right now, you see a kid as a loser if they're still living with their parents at.
It's hard for me to be critical of this only because like millennials used to get hate for the same thing.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I know people who are in situations in their 30s
That's
where they're
middle-aged.
stuck at home.
You middle-aged living at home?
By the way, middle age keeps coming down today. Like middle age was 40 earlier. Now 30 is middle age.
The way y'all eat, you ain't seeing 80. It keeps, wrapping tacos with 7 types of food and having a craft beer with a pelican on it every night for dinner. You ain't blowing out 80 candles, kid. You middle-aged. 35, you middle-aged.
You were saying, Kimmy?
It's just hard for me to put a number on it because I feel sorry for people. They don't want to be stuck in these situations. And I know it's even more difficult with the amount of people I know that work from home that could be stuck in a situation like that because not only are you living in your parents' house, but now if they're retired and you're working from home, you're with each other 24/7.
It's got to be a nightmare for everybody's got to be miserable. Like I would
and nervousable.
Well, yeah, I'll pick up a second language. I got to get out.
Bro, again.
I don't care if I got to live in my car.
No, okay, yeah, go live in your car, you
And I
bitch-ass
did
bitch.
for a while.
Yeah, you're
people-
small enough to live in a car, and you didn't even like it then. You make it sound like right now you could walk outside and live in a car and not press that jacket every morning.
I think there are also people I know that are a little older. They were living somewhere else, then moved back home to Rochester, probably, I'm guessing, like due to COVID reasons, thinking that because they were making more in this other place that they'd be able to come here,
Cover the
live
nut.
comfortably, easily buy a house. And we all know how that's going for people. So they're still, still trying to get a house. But in the meantime, they're living with mom and dad.
All right, so I want you to keep something in mind here, right? When it talks about like the expectations today compared to 20, 30, 40 years ago of an 18 to 27-year-old, where they're living, who's supporting them, whatever. You want your kid out of the house. I know that parents want their kids out of the house. But as a parent, you also want them to be in what you think is a safe space. Not in a spot you think could be dangerous, not at risk of their car being repossessed or not having enough money to eat at the end of the week. And it's not crazy to think that there are Zoomers in theory, Tommy, that could do what you just said and get out.
Tough it out.
Right? No, but sometimes toughing it out works, and sometimes toughing it out means you get evicted and your car gets repossessed, and now I don't have a car to get to work, and I don't...
Oh, my God. You make it sound like the Great Depression.
If you don't have a car, how do you get to work?
Use public transportation.
Oh, you would take the
You
bus?
want to impress somebody, pull up in a $300,000 bus.
You've never taken the bus? Yeah.
I don't trust the bus.
Okay, great.
But here's how come everybody's out doing all weekend?
What?
Nobody's got any money. Everybody's broke, but everybody's out doing all weekend. Festival over here. I see people over there. I try to go into Wegmans. The place is packed. I go out to lunch. You can't get a seat. $35 for a hamburger and fries, but everybody's spending, but nobody's got a job and nobody can do anything.
All right, I'm going to talk to Kimmy now for a second so you can calm down.
You're all partying.
Kimmy, where it gets complicated as to this man's point of crossroads is where Zoomers are spending their money and what
I
they're
know where
spending
they're
it
spending
on.
it.
I'm talking, Kimmy! While also being financially dependent on mom and dad, because there is this old school set, Kimmy, again, douche A, who believe seeing a kid getting Starbucks or having a nicer car or going on a vacation while they're living with mom and dad think that kid is taking advantage of their parents.
No, think they are. That's
they?
the definition of taking advantage of.
Are they? So skipping Starbucks is going to get them an apartment.
Well, why don't you lay off the $7 cups of coffee?
$7 a day.
Yeah, every day you got to be at Starbucks.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, that's too much.
Thoughts, Kimmy? You see someone living at home in their mid-20s, but they just went on a vacation to Nashville.
Okay.
Does that bother you?
I mean, it is tough to make an argument you're saving, but at the same
You
time,
ain't.
like, you still think you want... I would imagine, like, those parents of that kid still want their kid to, like, enjoy their 20s, enjoy life,
Old
right?
man wave 2 of the day.
I don't know.
Inflation's
I don't
give
know.
us 2
I'm
old
not
man
a
wave.
parent, but that's how I feel.
You want
I
him
would
going
view
down
it,
to
like,
Nashville, jackassing around
Is
with his
that-
crypto buddies, just living it up. You're probably renting scooters. You're chasing down girls. Girls are expensive. If the price went up and everything else, girlfriends got pretty goddamn expensive, especially them southern ones.
Oh, well, no, Southern.
No,
Girlfriend's the
it
cheapest
ain't the New
girlfriend.
South, brother.
Oh, New South?
Oh, yeah. They
Oh, so-
waxed and ready.
So they did it again, it turns out. Charlie Daniels was right. But no, in all seriousness, is skipping Starbucks or driving a junk car going to make that much of a difference when it comes to like buying a home right now?
Why?
The average home in Monroe County costs over $250,000. You're looking at a down payment of $40,000. Would a $500 trip to Nashville while living with your parents break that? Like, we're playing in the big leagues here, not the I live with my wife and she lets me bring the bills into the house, so I feel like a big man.
I can't go to Nashville.
Yeah,
I
because you
can't
ain't
go to
got a home.
Starbucks.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I know.
Coffee is
I
your
know,
life,
I know.
man. You spend money on 9 cups of coffee a day. Like, look at your blazer this morning.
Even if you made all your coffee at home, it would still cost more than what they're spending on.
But it's the
Starbucks a
optics
day.
of it. If you're living in my house and you're coming back from Nashville, you probably just bought I bought a drone because I want to see what the house looks like from
drone?
500 feet. And you're buying toys and you're hanging out over here.
Okay. You just said the optics of it.
You gotta get it together, boy.
If you're on our live stream, which you can get to at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch, you are looking at a man who just said, and I will read your quote, it's the optics of it,
Yeah.
who is wearing a sport coat. What are those shoes made out of?
Skin.
Snake skin? Crocodile skin? Oh, those are crocodiles? You're wearing crocodile shoes, a sport coat, purple socks, a button-up collared shirt.
Yes.
You live in your wife's house in the most affluent suburb in Rochester.
Right, optics. You got to
work
look at, man.
4 hours a day.
Yeah.
In 30
Straight.
years,
No break.
you've never gotten a promotion. Not one time in your life.
They only give me a raise.
And you just had the nerve to look into my face when discussing kids and what they can afford. Optics looks bad.
I also want to point out one other thing because, like, you always say, that your parents kicked you out. They didn't want to help you with anything after you turned 18, right? They spent more on you in private school than most parents will ever spend on their child in that time frame.
No, Kimmy, he was an independent, hardworking young man whose parents invested, would you say $50,000 in just schooling is an appropriate number?
Plus your boat.
Yeah,
I'm talking just schooling.
Yeah.
50 grand?
But so military school was $5,000 a year in 1971.
Okay, all right, so let's call it 20 grand then.
But adjusted for inflation now, are you talking about now
No,
dollars?
I'm talking 20 grand then, so that's probably around
80.
$60,000 to $80,000.
Right, yeah.
$80,000.
Yeah, what'd I get you, Mike?
And you have the nerve to say these kids are entitled.
But they weren't teaching it nothing back then, bro. They
No,
didn't
lots
know.
of those kids, I'm sure, did just fine for themselves. We got a ton of Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Julie writes us, my stepson is 23. He lives with us sometimes. Hold on, let me try
How does
this
that
again.
work?
I'm sorry. My stepson is 23 and lives with us. And sometimes I think he's lazy. But when he... Okay, Jesus Christ. Let me take a breath.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to read this into English. I'm trying to translate here.
All right.
My stepson is 23 and lives with us, and sometimes I think he's lazy when he doesn't get off the couch on his days off. But he has a good job and he works hard. It's just really hard for people his age. His dad is better about it than I am, but I wish he would move out and make a life for himself. I don't understand what she's saying here.
I guess like the point that she's stuck with this kid and he's on the couch is she doesn't have any privacy.
No, but she says he's 23. Sometimes I think he's lazy. He has a good job and he works hard. I know it's hard for people his age. I wish he would move out and make a better life for himself.
I think selfishly, and I think she's justified. She wants her life back.
Okay.
And the kid's got a job and he's making good money. Go try to make an effort, I guess, to get out of here.
And by the way, there was no good money in there. It says he has a good job and works hard.
Oh, I just assumed like she was saying.
Yeah, no, but that's the problem is you keep making assumptions and saying really stupid stuff.
Well, if you have a good job, you have good money.
No, you can have a secure job that doesn't make you good
She didn't
money.
say that. She said good job.
We're gonna argue over good job.
I just put him out of the goddamn house.
You've never done a good job at anything in your entire life.
I told your mama.
You got all
2 months.
Yeah, it's great. You get 2 old man waves too. Doesn't make him good. All right, so Kimmy, you didn't give me a number. I need a number. Like when you look at the, don't play this fancy. Hey,
No, I just like because there are
kids don't
people
wanna
that
commit
end
anymore.
up back at home.
It's just better than divorce 3 times. Twice.
There are people
Broken
that
engagement. Sorry.
there are people that end up back at home due to divorce in like their 40s.
That's the
All right,
saddest
I don't know.
MFer of
You're
all
just
time.
talking about.
Oh my! Don't you dare!
I
I'm
know.
talking failure to launch, Kimmy. We'll get back to
Okay.
that in a second. Failure to launch. And even that sounds like a dick thing to say.
Yeah, I guess by your early 30s.
You gotta be dying to get
I
out
would
there,
think,
man.
Like at that point. No, I'm not saying. Obviously, I think you've been dying to get out there for a long
Yes,
time.
I love how you say this. Like there's people that want to live with their parents. This is great. I mean, only Italians. If we're not talking Italians, nobody feels that way. That's the one weird thing. Can I just?
Because I would think, like, I guess I would hope maybe by your early 30s, if you've been working to that point, you could find a better living situation for yourself at some point.
Can we do a quick sidebar? Because you're Sicilian. Maybe you can help me out with this. You know, I grew up in Gates. I didn't know there were people other than Italian people until I was like 19, right? I was the only Irish kid in town. You could make the argument that Italian culture, it's macho culture for the guys, right?
Is very macho.
Okay, you do these things, you work hard, you bust your ass, and blah, blah, blah. Why is it socially acceptable, and it has always been, for men, Italian men, to live with their parents until they're like 30 years old? Where does that come from?
It's the culture of the mother babying the boys.
Okay.
Because especially if you're the only son in an Italian household, like you just get treated differently than your sisters or even your younger brothers.
But it just doesn't line up with the rest of the ideas of what things are supposed to be, at least for my buddies. Like, I mean, I have buddies, I grew up with. on the west side where they didn't move out until 26, 27, 28, and then they moved in right with the woman that they married.
Yeah, like there's no break in the action.
Well, they're so used to be being taken care of.
I'm just saying, how is that like, that's okay, but these kids over here don't want to work no more?
No, I agree. There's nothing more macho than a man wearing very tight jeans and a white shirt with a lot of jewelry, living at home, working on his Camaro next to his weight bench.
At least he's taking care of himself.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. 7 in 10 people, Tommy, automatically assume this about strangers.
Ooh, yeah.
I am one of these people. You are not.
Wait. Oh, so you've tried to make it like you're a good person and I'm horrible.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Did not.
You did the two-finger point.
Fact. Stop doing the two fingers. Stop it. Oh, boy, we'll do it. Say it.
I can't because I've already done I've done too many mom jokes today.
We'll tell you what we're talking about, not with the fingers, but the other thing next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. 7 in 10 people assume this about strangers. I am one of these people.
I am a good person.
No, it's not what I'm saying. You are not one of these people.
Disgusting.
What are you doing, Mick? Oh, I don't like you very much. I'm not sure which one Kimmy is.
You know where Kimmy goes.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. 7 in 10 people initially assume strangers are nice. Okay, so my point is proven.
Why?
What do you
Why do
mean,
they call them strangers?
What is negative
Are we
about...
talking like fake? There's a difference between polite and nice.
No,
like,
it just
are
says
we,
nice. 7 in 10 people assume strangers are nice. All strangers, you met them for the first time, 7 in 10 people will initially assume, they will give the people the benefit of the doubt. This person is a nice person over a not nice person. So Tommy is in the 3 in 10.
I mean, I just think based on, your own interactions, most people aren't nice.
Wait, you don't think most people aren't nice?
No.
I don't know.
You think people are
not? Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think I assume the worst until like you get like a smile or a friendly hello or something.
That's a terrible way to live.
Well, I will say this. I'm at a...
Oh, here we go. Here comes Tim. Let me ask you, now that I realize how bad I sound when Kimmy had my opinion, let me give you something different.
I don't think you're good or bad. I don't.
My assumption is an
I don't trust you yet, which I guess would be a negative.
There's a difference between trusting someone. There can be someone who's nice who's also not trustworthy.
But I'm initially not going to trust anything up front.
Okay, again, trust has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Do you think that person is nice? Do you think that person is mean?
Well,
What about fake nice? Because I do assume everybody's going to lead with fake nice.
I'm going to say, I'm like, okay, then I don't trust you. Because if I don't trust you immediately, if I don't like the way you're dressed, and I don't like the way you look, I'm not going to, I think negatively about you immediately.
How do you guys make this simplest
because
idea?
Nice is such a
vague term.
I don't understand because like I may assume like you're going to be polite up front, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're a nice person.
All right, let me try this again. Let me try to explain it in a way that you guys can't ruin, and then you'll ruin it, and you're just going to make me angry. With the statement, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, 70% of people initially see strangers as nice. That would mean that 7 in 10 people are going to give people they've never met the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Does that make it more clear?
Yes.
Do you give strangers the benefit of the doubt with whatever you are doing when you are interacting with them?
Do I?
Yes.
No.
No.
But I'm a very negative, toxic person.
I agree with you. And I don't know why you got so mad at me when I pointed out what everybody already knows.
Because you should have explained it to me like that in the first place. Benefit of doubt. That's what you had to say.
Kimmy, do you give strangers the benefit of the doubt?
Now that you explain it like that, I probably do give people the benefit of the
Sucker,
doubt
you're rude.
more often than not. Like they would have to ruin it for themselves.
Okay. So you are then one of the 7 in 10 people. Okay, great. After 4 minutes of
by the way,
talking,
I know,
we
but I
got...
still don't assume that they're nice.
And by the way, where are you putting yourself in this?
I'm 7 in 10. I think people. I'm going to give them the benefit of the
Baloney,
doubt.
man.
I know,
You look at the wrong shoe,
know.
the wrong hat, the walk, anything. You're worse than me, man. You
Anytime
judge
we
people a
like
mile
something-
away.
Anytime Tommy and I talk about somebody or something that like we saw on TV,
You
or-
criticize
or-
shows you've never seen.
Oh, look who's
You
talking.
do.
Look who's talking. Down at the craft beer bar with the toucan and playing pickleball on the bottle.
The first thing you want to do is tell us how much that person sucks.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, what if you ever come in here with a pleasant story in the morning where everything went great?
You even talk about every time you walk in or out of here, you will talk about people that you don't know, that you see every day from a distance, and you automatically assume they're being dicks.
There is a difference to be made here. No. What you are describing.
No.
Look, my wife was gone all weekend.
Yeah.
I've had my teenage daughters yelling at me while she's been gone the whole time. I don't need to hear Kimmy.
All right.
What you are describing is me being a dick, and I will admit when it comes to.
But you being a dick, you're assuming everybody else is a dick.
No. I know, and this is a very bad habit I have, that I can be a dick to people that are probably very, very nice people. I don't think that they're dicks. I find something
I
on
don't
them. Okay,
know
fine,
about that.
I'm telling
You just told a story the other week about how some woman came up to you to say hi, and you got all pissed.
Oh,
'cause you're
it did
like,
piss me off.
She walks past me every day. She never says hi.
No. Here's what pisses
She
off.
always says hi when she needs me for something.
You decide if this is okay. We work across the street from a business.
Yeah.
And
an actual business.
It employs a lot of young professionals, like anywhere between like 23 and 30, right? So I'll go take my lap around the building every hour, right? So when I'm out there every day for like 5 years, these women that walk across the street, they're younger looking, hipster looking, right?
Yeah.
Blow me off, will not look at me, maybe intimidated, scared, thinking I'm some neighborhood guy, but like I'm dressed like I'm going to work.
Right.
No,
right?
but you get mad when they do that.
But that's what I'm saying. So that, whatever, it did bother me. It's like, hey, man, I talk to everybody else that works in this place when they're walking by. Hey, good morning, how you doing? They blow me off. So last week, there is a homeless man, just a standard homeless man.
It's standard. Yeah.
What I'm saying was he wasn't dangerous.
Right.
He wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. He was just walking as a homeless man, walking towards her on the sidewalk. She crossed the sidewalk, walking towards me. She said, hello, how are you, for the first time in 5 years.
Right.
And the only reason she did that is because she was scared
Yeah.
that the homeless guy was going to do something which he wasn't, which really pissed me off. That one, you assume the worst about that man simply because he's down on his luck. And two, I'm being used. So that means she did a bad thing. She did a bad thing. That's what I was judging her for.
Okay. So if a woman does that automatically make her not nice?
Yes.
Based on what? When
she assumed the worst about this man.
But you didn't like her before because you felt like she like owed you a hello or something.
I'm just saying, everybody
as a
else.
woman who is vulnerable, sees somebody she's not familiar with, the look is in a bad way. I would think as a woman I would be very frightened, and I will take any big doofus standing there getting his laps in the morning because never take a day off.
Hashtag no days off. Hashtag stay ready. So you don't
I
have to get
wouldn't
ready.
judge that woman based on how women are treated in this country. It's deplorable. I hear it on the radio all the time, what they say.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This was a very simple concept.
In your mind it was because you put yourself at the top of the class. I'm so great.
You create backgrounds for people who we've never met.
That's just entertaining. That's just funny. No, I'm not. This wasn't even about me. It was about the idea of, do you think people are nice? Again, 7 in 10.
Well, I think I answered your question correctly, though.
7 in 10 Americans initially assume strangers are nice. You then argue about what nice is. When I rephrase it, you then argue about that. You then both attack me when I was simply asking you a question.
No, we attacked you for your answer to that question.
Okay.
I'm so glad she's here.
Why?
Because she sees it, man.
What does she see, Mel,
All
today?
of it,
She's
man.
on your side?
She sees it. She gets it, man.
Oh my
For
God.
now.
Yeah.
To the next break.
All right.
All right. I don't like people.
Nobody likes you. That's the funniest thing, too.
And I don't
man.
get that, man.
Well, yeah, no, you dress so well and sharp.
I think I look pleasant.
Well, Kimmy, how do you describe Tommy's face?
He is not capable of expressing joy. So you never really know where he stands.
Like, even when he's laughing, he's doing like that mean, like,
Well, I don't laugh at mean stuff.
no, like even when you're like enjoying yourself. Oh wow, I fell into money. It's like a weed whacker trying to start up that doesn't have any gas in it. Come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rabaroo.
Audio Monday Rabaroo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we got that new hot segment.
What's that called?
What's Kimmy doing in the hood with them edibles?
Kimmy, yes. She's getting high, probably.
Oh, yeah. She getting high.
Well, that would be the point of edibles.
Yeah, and now we know she's going to 7-Eleven.
Snacks. That has nothing to do with being high.
Quick sidebar. What's your go-to?
It's just snacks.
What's your go-to high 7-Eleven snack?
Oh, aisle 2.
Ew, folks.
Ow!
Ew.
Big Doritos gal.
Okay.
Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with Doritos.
I'm just a big old Dorito guy. Put a smile on my face every time with some Cool Ranch.
Is it Cool Ranch?
Sometimes Cool Ranch. I normally stick to the nacho.
Oh, you go old school.
Nacho cheese, whatever it is. Yeah.
Oh, but that being said, Nacho Kimmy has her post from the neighborhood app. She's removed street names, town references. She's going to read it out loud tomorrow. You, me, everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
You have to listen to Nacho Kimmy.
For all of the little nuances, clues. And because of that, because we all know every stereotype about neighborhoods, villages, and towns, greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining. We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock tomorrow here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more, but it is now time for us to get out of the way.
Yes.
For Kimmy, who's all about them nachos. Yep. For Tommy Muley, who's not your favorite radio personality. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.